This is a WNT 10K added ranking event. And we're here live at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. Opening match today, Duke Lamb, Conrad Juszczyszyn. Saw Conrad yesterday. Looked pretty solid, beating out his fellow countrymen. A very tight match. Entertaining match at that. We're going to see winner's side following this one here. And Duke's going to come up with the first break here. Remember, alternate break format. And we are racing to 9. This is a B-side match. And I will tell you, the road to get to this particular match here. Going to see where Conrad went wrong yesterday, because he did look pretty solid in his opening match. So I'm sorry, Conrad lost to his fellow countryman Simon Corral, who is now going to face Emil Gangflot at 2 p.m. We will be down to the final 16 players at the conclusion of today's tournament play. And again, this is a B-side match, trying to get to the losers qualification round. So the winner of this match will move forward to play the winner from Sean Wilkie and Guama Sanchez. So from this round here, these players have to win 3 rounds to make it to the single elimination final stage. So players in the same round: Charlene Capers, Hubert Lepotko, Jonathan Martinez, Darwin Vergara, Ruslan Chinikov, Raymond Linares, Josh Freeberg, Matt Vergara, Laura Mugno, John Francisco, J.D. Prescott, Johnny Sikkanen, Dominic Jastrab, Jake Jackson, Ricky Geronimo, Dan Charlo, Roberto Mendoza, Chris Lazarovich, Boris Ivanovsky, Nick Taraka, Joey Landy, Duke Lamb, Conrad Juszczyszyn, Sean Wilkie, Guama Sanchez, Rafael Debreo, Justin Pellick, Brent Worth, and Jason Chen. Those are your players on the B side playing through the losers qualification. Undefeated players: Moritz Neuhausen, Sergio Rivas, Emil Gangflot, Simon Corral, Torsten Hallman, Felix Vogel, Sullivan Clark, Lucas Ficaso-Vera. Those are your undefeated players on the top side of the bracket, bottom side of the bracket. And again, all of these players need 1 win to make it to the winner's qualification round. Jason Shaw, Hunter Lombardo, Petri Makkonen, Arseny Sevastianov, Naoki Oi, Nathan Childress, Kasper Matikanen, and Mieszko Fortunski. Those are your winners. Conrad taking rack number 1. Tell you what, these players, as good as they play, it's amazing how close some of these matches are. alternate break format, you're going to see that a lot. So you didn't want to bump that too far. He's going to swing and miss at that purple cue ball narrowly, missing the scratch. 2 or day 3. Got to remember it's not hours in where they're in mode. I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now. What a great shot. Where's the cue ball going to end up? I think he's going to end up just right. Nice, overrolled this. He's overrolled this. Going to have to look for coverage here. There's not an offensive shot. He's trying to get underneath the black 8 ball. And although that was great speed, does not find the mark. Duke Lamb, an aggressive local player. You might see him just swing at the bank shot. Yeah. He's just going for it. Duke Lamb, one of those players where, you know, say he goes for that bank shot. If he makes it, he'll probably just run out. But he does have some of those over-aggressive tendencies. Sometimes that works out for the better and sometimes not so much. And Conrad Juszczyszyn looks like he's going to take rack number 2 as well. Very fine finish there. So 2-0 now for Conrad. I want to make sure we thank all of our sponsors. Make events like this possible. And if you are just joining us, this is the In the Box Open. It's a WNT ranking event, 10K added. And we're live at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. I'll tell you, as the day progresses, the spectator rails do fill. New Yorkers getting a nice treat here. Lots of quality play right in front of them. Having it up close and personal beats the screen by a long shot. Duke really trying to get something rolling here as far as getting in stroke and just getting that comfort on the table. And Duke, a very aggressive player, a very talented player at that. Very, very quick around the table is Duke Lamb. Two rails with the cue ball here. Yeah, you know, a player with that type of rhythm where they want to play very quick. A lot of times if they get hung up, they slow down for a moment. That actually can mess them up, taking time and throw off their thought process and that rhythm that they have. And I think that's exactly what we saw there. Conrad going to clean up the remainder of rack 3, put up another point. Easy game, as they say. So Conrad 3-0 ahead now. Had a nice day yesterday. Got to see some of our top seeds on the feature table here. We didn't get to see everyone. We saw Felix Vogel early on. 18-year-old German phenom. Very strong player at just 18 years old. We haven't seen Sullivan Clark or Lucas Ficaso-Vera yet. We got to see Jason Shaw. He played Dominic Jastrab. Dominic had a great match, but Jason held him off 9-6. We saw Arseni's opening match. He was looking pretty strong. Chris Lazarevic was his opponent, and he fell 9-1. Yeah, though it's been a very nice, smooth sailing type of event so far. Players pretty comfortable. Loving the equipment here at Raxx. Quality equipment all around the room. For us, of course, the CPBA cloth on the tables. And I'll tell you, I've had my first go at actually experiencing the cloth firsthand. I mean, we can see the results and the reactions on the screen here, but you know, you got to go out there, and I wanted to get a feel for it myself. I played a little on the tables, just seeing the reactions, and it's definitely a different type of cloth, but actually do think that players will benefit. A lot of players liking how this tournament cloth plays. Going to be the kick and stick here. Wants to avoid the 6. He kicks it. How does that not fall in the pocket? Unbelievable. I can't believe it didn't fall. I thought for sure the 2 ball was going to fall there. All right, Duke Lamb just going to putt the 2 on the side. He's going to take the longer shot here on that red 3 ball. Doesn't really need to move the cue ball too much. Yeah, just stop shot there. He stunned it over just a hair. Go around the backside of the 3 here. Sorry, the backside of the 6. I mean, he's got comfortable cueing here. He did nudge the 6, but doesn't really put him in any kind of trouble. Nice cueing there from Duke. Got to finish this one up, though. Duke Lamb needs to finish the run out. Absolutely needs to finish the run out. Little pause there. Nice shot. All right, 3-1. Duke going to be breaking rack number 5. And if you guys are watching on any of the social platforms, YouTube, Facebook, please make sure you hit that share button. Let all your friends and the rest of the pool community enjoy these matches. Watch some of these top talents. Thank you, Kenny. Don't forget, these matches are all broadcasting through Ship to Cash YouTube, also the Facebook page, and you can also see on WNT TV. So if you do have the subscription, you can see that there. Now, our next match following this one will be a winners side match. They will be undefeated players, but it should be right around 2 p.m. And I will be joined by Mr. Jeremy Jones. You can hear what JJ's got to say. Always a pleasure working with Jeremy. Conrad giving the another day at the office type of vibes here. And Juszczyszyn, 4-1 now. And all matches racing to 9. And I'll be honest, you know, Duke Lamb's been in a lot of these Raxx. He's kind of given back. He's given back a lot of these games. A lot of these games have been given back. You know, you got to be able to close out the Raxx. You know, giving a player like Conrad, you know, those 800 range players. I mean, you can't give them anything, especially the last 2 or 3 balls. So Duke's got to tighten up a bit. I think Conrad might be doing some maintenance. Just moving his stuff around. Here we go, rack 5. Sorry, rack 6. I mean, bank shot available on the 2-ball. I wouldn't disregard the bank coming up here. Very nice. And again, we're going to be finishing this event tomorrow with our final 16 players. So tomorrow will be the most active day. And Conrad missing an open shot there. Perhaps a little lax on the get down. You're not going to see that very often. Not from players at that level. Duke's just going to run out with the bridge. He almost left himself a bridge shot again. 2 in a row for Duke Lamb with the bridge. Really got to close these out now, Duke. I mean, I'm pretty sure he missed the 7-ball. In the previous game, he was running. Really can't continue to give your opponent too much. And that's exactly what Duke's been doing here with Conrad. And he looks to be very much in control here. 9-ball, 5-1, Conrad Juszczyszyn. Thank you very much, Kenny. Appreciate it. Just saw that you shared on Pool Hall TV. Thank you. And again, we've got winner's side coming up. And I want to say we might get either Moritz Neuhausen, Sergio Rivas, or perhaps Sullivan Clark, Lucas Ficaso-Vera. We may also get Naoki Oi and Nathan Childress. Duke going to come up dry. That's another monster factor in the alternate break format here. Cannot break dry. Need to hold serve. And you definitely cannot be giving Conrad Juszczyszyn the 7 out. Well, major error there from Conrad. Does not hit position, so he's going to be kicking here. Wants to send the blue 2 up table above the purple. And hopefully leave the cue ball underneath. 9 ball. They get separation there, but the 2 does have paint. Even have enough to make it. Oh, just shy. That's remarkable. Some of the players like Duke, super talents. Sometimes the mind of the body can't sync in time. And when that happens, you can have total system failure. Conrad looking for coverage with this cue ball. Yeah, Duke always being the aggressive style player. Any given moment, you could see him swing at a shot. He was hoping for coverage with the 8 ball. I mean, the pink 4 ball is tied up. You might see him try to go off the bottom of the 9. No, Conrad's not even... He's not even going to pocket the 2 ball. It could be a byproduct of the first round match particulars. But Duke, very much available table now. Doesn't want to stay on the rail. Close is okay. This is okay. See what Duke comes up with. Oh, he could throw it in. He threw the ball in. Very nice shot there. But you got to close out here. Cannot afford to give anything back. Duke's been giving these racks back right around the 7 ball to Conrad. You know, runs the table out like a champion. Missing one of the last few balls. Seven ball just barely finding the mark. And again, hanging the 8 ball. Duke not going to be happy with the result there. Conrad there to clean up the trash. 8 to the 9. Plays all speed control. It's a little wide there. A little wide. But he's going to go right through the ball. Pocket it. Never a doubt. But that's going to be 6-1 ahead for Conrad. Tell you what, Duke is allowing this match to get away from him. And on top of that, he's increased the pace of the match by at least 5-fold. He's moving this match very quickly. Jordan Turner, you're welcome. Right, here we go. Conrad, this is rack number 8. Now he finds the mark with the 1 ball in the side. but he's not going to get a view of that blue 2 ball. So push out likely, but you may see him actually swing at the kick. If he hits it 2 rails properly, cue ball does go up table. And he's just going to leave him push out opportunity. That was a very clean cueing there from Conrad Juszczyszyn. Now keeping that cue so steady. Tell you, the 7 ball could be troublesome here. And look at the result here. Missing the purple 5. Tell you what, there's been a lot of back and forth in these opening 7 racks. As the tournament progresses, you do not see a lot of back and forth. You're not going to see that very much. Usually once a player gets in control of a rack, you know, that's kind of the end of it. Fires the ball in. Nice bank shot there from Conrad. He's going to come with another nice one here. Yeah, that shot was a lot more difficult than it looked. And this 9 ball would put Conrad up 7-1 here. Dominating performance here. Conrad Juszczyszyn as Duke Lamb can't figure out why he can't close a rack. But in any case, that is how it goes sometimes. And again, if you're just joining us, this is the In the Box Open. This is a WNT 10K added ranking event. And we're here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York, 510 Hempstead Turnpike. If you're local, come down. Urge you to come watch these great matches. See some of the world's best players up close and personal. And it is free to enter. This weekend's event is free. It's a very rare occasion to get this type of entertainment for the bubble. So please take advantage. Duke Lamb has the 1 ball to the side. Now, call me crazy, but I feel like he might swing at the 9 ball here. Not really an orthodox shot, but just have a feeling he might be swinging here. Again, Duke, kind of an unpredictable player. You know, nothing is off the table. He's going to hang the 2 ball, but the cue ball ends up behind the purple 5. Conrad going to be kicking this when he wants to hit it just before the 2 ball. So he's going to play it 2 rails, a soft second rail, and he's going to miss the ball completely. Ball in hand to Duke. And the ball opening just a hair further than he was hoping. Eating ball in hand for Duke Lamb. Again, Duke over-rolling. Managed that one okay. But definitely want to see him close out these racks, though. He's in control of a lot of these racks in the same type of thing, just like that. Purple 5 ball. Hangs in the hole. 3 wide open balls. Making it way too easy for Conrad to take advantage here. can't believe what I've seen. Missed 8-ball. Bank shot, Duke Lamb. Nails the bank shot, table length. Can he close it out with the 9-ball? Yes, he can. Conrad showing some respect there, tapping the table. Love seeing the respect amongst the players. And how do you not respect fellow competitors that, travel and put themselves into these events, knowing full well that at any given moment you could be playing one of the best players on the planet, and you're okay with it. How to respect the fellow competitors. All right, here we go. Conrad to the break. I'll tell you, that result much better than the previous. A little bit more fancy footwork here. Needs to get on the pink. Yeah, that was kind of the last strong positional type of shot. Everything else is kind of natural from here. But Conrad just needs to kind of hold on to his bearings and maintain his rhythm. And he should be looking at an 8-2 lead here. You can see the pace of play here. Conrad very comfortable. And look at this. It's almost like they've swapped bodies. Duke Lamb giving the 7 multiple Raxx there, and now Conrad giving the 8-9, and now the 7-8-9. Duke having to come with a nice bank shot in both of these games, though. And look at him go. This would make it 7-3. Duke Lamb needs to close out, and he does. Kind of crazy how the tides change like that. Duke Lamb giving up some of the last 3 balls in the first few Raxx there. And now Conrad repaying the favor. Not what you'd expect from a touring professional. However, at the end of the day, this is just 9-ball. The game of 9-ball. And as we know, the game of 9-ball, very unpredictable and at times trivial. A lot of power into the break there. 7's going to find the mark. And the 1 ball is going to be open here. So Duke Lamb now opportunity. Get a little tighter in this one. All right, tricky cue ball here. He was always going to contact either the 8 or the 9. I think Duke did pretty well with that, to be honest. Needs to leave himself an angle on the pink here. Looks like Duke Lamb may have found his comfort, as he is just pouncing right now. Very entertaining player is Duke Lamb. Still has a bit of a mountain to climb here with the deficit that he's at. 7-3 down. And he's going to leave himself a bit of a tester here. And he executes 7-4 now. I'll tell you, Conrad needs to make a statement now as Duke Lamb climbs back into this match. And he does so in relatively quick fashion. Yeah, Conrad really needs to just close this match out. Otherwise, Duke Lamb could take advantage. All right, here we go. This is rack 11. Conrad Juszczyszyn up 7-3. Again, not necessarily the greatest opening shot, but definitely a pocketable ball. You can cut this. Conrad opts for the defensive option. And although that may be the higher percentage here, Duke does have an opportunity to play a great shot or to get fortunate. You know, it's far enough away from the 8 ball, you may see him take out the jump cue. And if he goes to the air, which it looks like he's going to, possibility to finish the game here. I mean, the 2 ball has natural shape to get to the red 3 sitting right in front of that right side pocket. I cannot believe what I just saw. Jump kicks the 2 ball in the bottom corner. Unbelievable. And these are the pieces of 9 ball that really just keep us coming back. He follows up with a great shot, and he's going to get a shot here on the 4 as well. Unbelievable stuff here from Duke Lamb. Look at the firepower. Literally shooting his way out of a hole. After all those great shots, he's going to miss the open 5 into the corner. That's the first one that he's missed there. Duke getting it right back. Really an odd miss there on that green 6 for Conrad. But, I mean, 7-5 now. If Duke can close this one. Seems like Conrad's making a lot of errors later in the rack as we progress. A little less than ideal here. And Duke Lamb seals the deal there. 7-5. I'll tell you, Conrad needs to get back into that rhythm he was shooting in early in the match. I mean, I'll be honest. Let a player like Duke Lamb get hot, he could be in trouble. And again, this is the In the Box Open 10K added WNT 9-ball rankings event. And we're here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. Don't forget, our next matchup, we're going to have a feature guest commentator for our next matchup. And that's going to be Mr. Jeremy Jones. JJ going to get on the microphone. Always nice to have Jeremy in the house. Here's some of that world-class insight. I've seen a lot of lax plays. I mean, Conrad's playing the correct attempt to the shot, but I feel like body language-wise, he may even be taking on some of Duke's pace, where Duke's running around the table at lightning fast speeds. And I feel like Conrad has kind of adapted that in some of these shots. He's just giving a lot back. And he can't be doing that at this level of play. Looking for some good fortune. And he's not going to get it. Duke Lamb, open shot. So I just got confirmation on our next match. We will have Lucas Ficaso-Vera, Sullivan, Clark. That will be to get into the winner's qualification round. No, that will be coming up, scheduled for 2 p.m. I'll tell you the pace these guys are playing. This one may be over soon. I mean, we're in rack 13 right now. And we haven't even been playing for 45 minutes yet. Again, Duke Lamb, one of the fastest players in the New York scene. Very active player. Conrad Juszczyszyn inching closer to that hill game. That's always the difference in a match. If you keep your opponent off of the hill, don't let Conrad get to 8. That's something that Duke can hold on to, and it doesn't change the mental so much just yet. But once your opponent is on the hill needing just 1, that's where everything changes. That's where you see a lot of low percentage shots taken, and trying to manufacture a point. Conrad going to deliver the 9-ball here and get himself on the hill. So here we go. Now things change. Now things change. Conrad does have the break here in what could be our final back. An 8-5 ahead. And again, we did get confirmation. Our next match will be winner's side, Lucas Ficaso-Vera and Sullivan Clark. So New England going to be in an uproar, taking the Connecticut kid on their side. And rightfully so. How do you not root for a young man like that? Look at this break. If he gets this 2-ball to come down just a hair, this could be the final rack. He's going to come with 2 strong shots here. Pocket the 2 and stay with position on the red 3. The opening 2 shots, those are the big ones. Cue ball needs to slow. And it does not. Conrad in such a tough spot here. This is really tricky. See how close the cue ball is. This is really tricky. He may be able to just feather it behind the pink. Send the cue ball up table, possibly behind the 6-ball. They're going to take a minute to investigate. John Lehman going to take a look here. Good hit, but poor shot as the 3-ball leaks out. Very much available for Duke Lamb. Look at the pace. I think he's running a marathon here. Unbelievable speed around the table. Now the purple doesn't look to pass by the 8-ball. If it does, it's very close. Just plays the open combination. I'll tell you, what a way to go at it. Duke Lamb just firing at everything he can. Conrad missing the purple. What is going on this morning? Duke Lamb looking to make it 8-6 now. What a back and forth. What a back and forth between these two. You know, early on, it looked like Conrad was literally just going to walk through it. Literally walk through the match. And Duke Lamb giving a lot back early on. But this looks like it's about to get to 8-6. With Duke breaking. Look at this. Tell you what, New York definitely happy about that. They want to see Duke get through. It's Conrad Juszczyszyn. Can't believe what's happening. He's like, why can't I just close this match out? Why can't I close this out? All right, here we go. All right, Duke Lamb, rack 15. Smashes the rack open. This is an important shot here, Duke. You can't just take this one for granted. Got to make it happen. Yeah, the speed was always going to be the issue here. It was a very tight window between the pink and the black, and he did not hit that. And he's immediately going for the jump cue. There's a lot of distance here, too, so it's a chance that you see a ball go off the table. Yeah, he's changed his mind, and I don't blame him here. Wants to come up behind the two. And what a phenomenal result. Looks like he's left paint. Just enough to take a sliver of the blue 2-ball. And he's going to opt with the kick shot. Fairly decent return, but I think he may have left the shot. Little swerve. Yeah, big mistake there from Duke. Allowing Conrad to have the open 2-ball. And it does offer shape on the 3. Just avoid the 9-ball. He's not even going to shoot at it. He's trying to put Duke Lamb into handcuffs so that he can get that nice simple run out and win this match. But 8-6. Conrad cannot give up too much more here. And he's given up quite a bit so far. Duke eyeing up his 2-rail kick. And he says, forget it. Go to the jump cue. Literally can't make a decision. He goes with the 1-rail kick. Not going to make it happen. And he does block the 3-ball with the 9. That does change things just a bit. Not sure if the 3-ball fits by that 9-ball. If it does, it would be scraping the rail on its way in. Nice shot there from Conrad, arriving under the 3. Tight shot here, though. Very, very small pocket. You may see him shoot it to the corner. It's very, very tight to get it to the side. It does go. Very tight. Very nice shot. Slide this under the green 6. And this should be the beginning of the final run out from Conrad Juszczyszyn. And again, don't forget our follow-up match, Sullivan Clark, Lucas Ficaso-Vera, both players undefeated. All right, 8-9 remaining. Conrad Juszczyszyn looking to seal the deal. And there you see the handshake. All right, Conrad Juszczyszyn over Duke Lamb, 9-6. And we're going to be right back with more WNT action here at Raxx, West Hempstead. Be right back. And against Sullivan, Clark, Lucas Ficaso-Vera, that is your next scheduled match. We'll be back with that shortly.
We're back.
Everything that's happened over the last year is going to come to an end. Some team of amateur pool players are about to win $100,000. That's pretty special.
8 runners southbound are your national champions.
All right, folks, here we go. Winner's side match is a Sullivan Clark, Lucas Ficaso-Vera. We're live here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York for the In the Box Open. This is a WNT 10K added ranking event. I am Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash. Joining me, Jeremy Jones. Jeremy, how about this matchup?
Yeah, this matchup and many others at this round. It's winner's qualification, part of the room, and then part of the room is trying to survive to get to that loser's qualification. But yeah, Sullivan Clark, a guy who's steadily out here. The event, understand it, long ways to go, but he's here in Long Island at Raxx in the box ranking event, trying to get some points, trying to get some matches. A lot of tournaments moving forward for these guys.
Yeah, Lucas is a very active player. You know, I've heard Sullivan's name because put a lot of time in, you know, trying to get himself to that Mosconi position and, you know, coming just a bit shy. But in hindsight, Jeremy, you know, I feel as though, you know, everything happens for a reason, and I think maybe it's best that it didn't happen when it did.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to, you know, keep plugging along. I think you're going to see that from Lucas, so don't feel like there's going to be an issue there. But again, you know, out of all the sports that we always talk about are getting tougher and tougher, I think pool's at the extreme part of that conversation. I mean, all the time it seems like new players that are just incredible are popping up and kind of developing into players that we think they're going to be. And, you know, it's getting younger and younger, so that kind of tells the same story. But so you got to try and get it when you can, even at a young age.
Yeah, totally agree. And, you know, as you mentioned, some of these newer players, young Felix Vogel, you know, coming on the scene. What a great talent he is. And, you know, the players seem to get younger and stronger as the days go by.
Yeah, and there's the usual suspects of countries developing great young players. A.J. Manis with the Philippines, and, of course, Sukol and a few others that are certainly going to be great players. But also some other countries, you know, Januarta, Albert from Indonesia, which is a big country, starting to really love pools, so you figure a lot of great young players going to come from there. But it's just good to see.
Yeah, I think pool's definitely coming along nicely, and the future does look bright. I think a lot of it has to do with the availability of the information with, you know, technology and the social media platforms. You know, it's not trying to find the guy with the information. It's all out there. You just have to go get it.
Yeah, and I think just the more of it, bloodline or maternal thing, you know, it's just players breeding other players, to be honest with you, is what I see. And they just pick up quicker, and, of course, more information out there, so they talk about things more, I think, than maybe some players in the past.
Yeah, I can agree with that, as Sullivan Clark looks to be very much in control of rack number one here.
Yeah, Sullivan, you'll see kind of a little more snooker background, kind of setup, cueing. I would call him like a journeyman kind of player, to where still very young overall for sure, and has had some good results, but you figure maybe at times kind of overachieved there for a while, but then at times kind of slipped off some of those results we expected. But yeah, a real solid player, not going to give away much. Kind of a grinder in a sense.
I'll talk about, you know, we see their ratings next to their names there. Doesn't get much closer than that. There's 1 point difference here, Jeremy. So as far as what to be expected, this should be very, very close. And Sullivan coming a little awkward on the 7 ball here. Don't think that'll pose an issue for him. Still very available to the side.
Yeah, close quarters should handle this, can move the ball easily. It's not like he's in between on cue ball movement. Just a little more of a shot, probably desired. But you'll see Sullivan, he's going to try and get a hold with the pace of the match a little bit, which you can do that a little more when it's rotate the break. Where I don't think Lucas is so conscious of that, right? He's just going to try and play what rhythm he feels a little bit, do his normal.
Yeah, Lucas a little bit more of that quick connect style player, sees the picture, pushes the button. kind of just goes about his business. But I agree. I don't think that Sullivan's pace is really going to be a conscious thought for Lucas. And again, I want to remind you folks, we are at In the Box Open here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. This is a 10K added WNT ranking event. And I'm Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash, and I'm joined by Jeremy Jones as we take out this winner's side match. Looking for the winner's qualification winner of this match. Other players in this round, Thorsten Hallman, Felix Vogel, also competing for that winner's side qualification. And first time to see Lucas stepping to the break. Curious how that's going to look in his opening match here. Lucas very familiar with the break.
Yeah, I talked to Lucas, I guess it would have been Wednesday a little bit, and I was just about to say the table's been breaking awesome here, the TV table it looks like. Now dry break, the first I've seen, I think. Of course, I've only done one match, but I've been watching some matches as well. But
yeah, Lucas is going to be a bit disappointed with the dry break there. Sullivan, there's a couple of options here. I think he's just going to float this into the side pocket. Jeremy, what do you think?
it's a little steep. You actually have to put a little on it to get up above the 2-ball. I think you got to shoot it, though.
Yeah, sometimes the table kind of dictates what it needs.
Yeah, you can push through to the middle of the table and be just fine. Kind of a shot he excels at.
And he executes very nicely there. All the balls with an open pocket available. So really just execution at this point. Not really any puzzles to solve.
Yeah, he wants to get into this ball a little bit. Get the cue ball back. I'd go ahead and be pretty aggressive coming one rail. Get at least to where he's at now, maybe a hair past it. Don't think the 6 and 8's really that much of a worry unless you let up on your stroke.
And as you mentioned earlier, you said he's kind of a bit of a snooker background. You can see that in the stance and delivery.
Yeah, most of the guys that come from that kind of change a little bit the more they play pool, especially if they're not diving back and forth between snooker and pool like we've seen some. Gary Wilson, particularly a guy that played a lot of the pool tournaments when he had a time in between the snooker. But a lot of the guys will evolve a little bit with certain things, the bridge, sometimes the angle of the body when they're breaking the balls.
You know,
go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so I noticed that a lot of the European players, they have a very different timing to their stroke and the way that they deliver the cue. Sullivan's kind of reminiscent of Chris Melling's style, that deliberate pause in the backstroke, really just pushing the cue stick through.
Yeah, and I think you'll see that, you know, of course, the English connection with Australia and whatnot, and snooker was there, of course, but I think you see that with a little more of the Brits, some of the guys that were really the snooker background, but the ones that are really pool background with the Euros, I think are more of the standard no pause in the back.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the contrasting styles, but of course the delivery seems to be getting the job done regardless of the style. Yeah, Lucas's dry break, that could be a big factor there. Alternate break format, got to be able to hold serve.
Yeah, I think you see, you know, the stuff that happens before you kind of make the downswing, that does vary a lot, but really the best players, they still kind of go through the ball, you know, no matter what it is beforehand that sets that delivery up. But I think when you really start to see technique differences is with when we're on the 4-inch pockets, you know what I mean? These guys are so good and good under pressure and good with position and cue ball control. as long as they're keeping their nerve with the 4.5-inch pockets, it's going to be a little more of that offensive game, which is fine. I think. I don't think it's always got to be the tight tables.
No, I think there's a place for both of the styles of play, tighter pockets or, slightly larger. But in any case, I think that the fans really enjoy watching these players perform, and Sullivan doing a good job with his opening match on day 2.
I think it's kind of like golf courses, when the golf course is set up tough, it's a little different. Favors a little bit more of this guy or that guy maybe, but some courses they set up to where there's a lot of birdies, right? And it's kind of where we're at this week. Tables are playing beautifully too, by the way.
Yeah, it's interesting to see some of the player feedback with the CPBA cloth on there now. Players exclaiming, a little bit more of the roll. Just getting a little more distance with the cue ball. But it seems like they're making that adjustment well. Players are enjoying the tournament conditions. And Sullivan Clark taking rack 2 as well. Off to an early lead. Again, want to make sure we thank all of the sponsors that make these events possible. We are at the In the Box Open here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. This is a WNT 10K added ranking event. And I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. Joining me, Jeremy Jones. Is a pair of undefeated players here, Sullivan Clark, Lucas Ficaso-Vera, trying to make their way to the winner's qualification.
Yeah, lots of great matches going on. Petri Makinen against Arseni Sebastianov, Sergio Rivas, Moritz Neuhausen. Who's that? Jason Shaw and Hunter Lombardo. Just a ton of matches going on. See a few more. Emil Gangflow. Just, Simon Carell, excuse me.
How about his match yesterday with his fellow countrymen? We saw Simon playing, and I'll tell you, he looked very, very sound out there. Simon playing Conrad, 9-8 victory over Conrad yesterday. I'll tell you, he was breaking the balls really well, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, I tell you, just Conrad obviously played a great match as well. He won one earlier. He's playing again now, I believe, on the one-loss side. But, the match you and I did with Jason and Dominic played really great. I mean, he had one mistake early that he'd like to add back. He had missed a shape or missed a ball, and then had a mistake late. And the break really kind of dictated some things early, and Jason played beautifully as well. But my point is, the Polish players, they don't mess around. They're coming here well trained and very ready. Try and perform well, each and every one of them.
And you got Mieszko Fortunski
Yeah.
playing Casper right now. He's looking very sharp out there.
Yeah, you got to pay attention to this shot here. End up a hair short. I think the purple 5 does go, but the 6 is a little on the opposite side. So some funny things here in this rack, but
it looks like he's made his decision here. Just going to come back across the center of the table here. Get on the pink.
yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. I'm curious what he sees on the purple 5 here in a couple shots. Said I think it does go, but nice bounce off the rail there. That always helps. He can really kind of dig on the ball if he wants. He can come straight up the table. Got some options, but I'm wondering how he's going to get to the 6. Maybe draw off the 8, kind of?
Yeah, I think he almost wants to end up straight on the purple 5 there.
Yeah, just high left here maybe. Check the ball. That's the one thing I've noticed also. This felt's not brand new. It's only a couple weeks old, though, and it's not playing too sticky or anything, but you can still check the ball a little with the English. So he's going to fall a little on the top side of the purple. So is it a draw stroke here? The follow looks like he's got to really ram it to make the ball move much.
Yeah, Yeah, I think I like your first suggestion there, Jeremy. Just draw off the 8-ball. Looks like he's just got a bit of an angle towards it.
Yeah, and the key to this is, of course, you don't want to warp it in, but don't let up. Now, this makes it look like it may be hard to draw off of it. Maybe forward is easier. Just use the spin to maybe get a little underneath the 9. Not sure. Yeah, I didn't see much happening there as far as movement.
Yeah, the 8-ball kind of deaded the cue ball. Now the question is he going to play aggressive here and just come with a bank shot? And we saw Conrad take on a few bank shots in a similar fashion. Made most of them.
Yeah, he's near the rail with the cue ball. I don't think it's the friendliest bank, believe it or not, just to the eye. He might put him behind the 7 here. Oh, he went that way. He's got 2 balls, but he's going to let him see it, though. They get the cue ball near the cushion.
Still decent comfort with the cue ball, so Lucas going to just try to come off the edge of the green 6. And Lucas hasn't really had much table time in this match so far. Coming with a dry break.
This isn't the most friendly shot either. Good thing is if he gets past the 8, 2 cushions, he's got some help there maybe. Hit it beautifully. Really good.
Yeah, and that just shows you where he is mentally there. You know, to come with a dry break, you're down 2-0, and you come to the table, you got to thin a ball and go up table. You got to show your confidence there. Trust in the stroke. Now, does Sullivan come one rail and kick into the 6, try to stay underneath the 7?
I'd probably kick to the side. Oh, he can get to the bottom rail easy. I guess he's got to go this way. The key here is don't baby it. Let up on this a little bit. You lose the cue ball. Oh, he's playing it light. That's a little surprising, but how nice did he hit it? He must have really liked what he was seeing there, Mike.
Yeah, that was great speed control.
A lot of nerve as well.
Yeah, agree with that. So Lucas going to explore his options here. You can't really kick the ball up table. Not a lot of upside there. So Lucas going to have to get creative with this one. Looks like he has just enough to get between the 7 and the 8. Going to go 2 rails at this one. This one can come out good. Can float the cue ball to the right side of the pocket there.
Yeah, he's got a chance to make it. I mean, if he can judge it without much spin, that's the key. He could put a little more speed on it because you don't want to baby it. You want to have some kind of speed on this.
Yeah, this is not a natural kick either. He's got to go straight into that top rail. Doesn't look like he can really get an angle on this cue ball. Maybe he can. Going to go 2 rails here. And that was always a possibility there. That's why he opted to play it that way. There was a bit of an upside with the backdoor safety. So in this case here, I think Sullivan may just need to kind of dead the 6 ball where it is. Send it to the bottom, cue ball uptown. Possibly split it with the 8 ball. He has played some touchy safeties though. But I think you just get the 6 on the bottom rail, cue ball behind the 8. And he is going to leave the window. So Lucas again got to come with some speed control here.
Yeah, maybe the 6 on the 7, try and spread the cue ball to the right long rail, put him behind the 9. Just kind of leave it containing as best as possible, try to get the snooker.
I'll tell you, with the slide of the cloth, I feel like he can actually get the cue ball behind the 7, bank the 6 straight back up,
yeah, maybe
check
so.
with some inside.
Yeah, it looks all right. I don't think the 9's in the way, really. Yeah, you got lucky here. No.
Maybe not.
I was worried about cutting it that much, but I think he could have done it. He just didn't get the hit on the ball he wanted.
Yeah, I think he needed to come through the ball a bit more, a lot more rotation to kind of bite and stall underneath the 7.
Yeah, he cut the 6 quite a bit because he never wanted it to contact the 9.
Well, Sullivan, not too thin here, but still have to execute. He's going to run the cue ball around the rails just a bit.
Yeah, go around the 9, it looks like. Natural. 3 rails. Short rail, long rail, short rail. Back up.
Really nice pace there from Sullivan Clark. Great execution. And Lucas Ficaso-Vera. He's kind of holding there, but need to come with a bit more. Sullivan looking really nice out there. And as you mentioned earlier, Jeremy, you know, these are not the 4-inch pockets. These players, when the balls are open, they're probably just going to run out.
Yeah, I mean, normally as the racks move on, not always because this table has been breaking really well for the most part, but racks tend to lay out a little more difficult as matches go on. Can't explain why, it just seems that way, but it's nice to get a 3-0 lead. I know early, alternate the break.
Yeah, Lucas is going to have to figure out his break and figure it out quickly. You know, 3-0 down. I mean, races to 9 with alternate break, there's always a chance of the comeback. You know, there's enough meat in the match to really make that comeback. But, again, you have to hold your serve, try to compound those wins. You know, Lucas came with a couple of nice safeties there and tried to return it there, but got to be able to break and make a ball.
Yeah, and, you know, there's when we first started playing a lot of alternate break tournaments, maybe around 2000 or something like that. Some players had differences of opinions on when you're down, but I mean, I always looked at it, if you got down 5-1, alternate break, you can certainly come back.
Yeah, most definitely. We saw a bit of that in some of the matches yesterday. Saw a 4-1 deficit. I believe Jason Shaw was down in his match also.
Wow, he broke the balls beautifully, got the worst kiss off the second rail.
Yeah, that one's going to sting Jeremy. Lucas leaving a very open and available table for Sullivan and the green light to go 4-0 ahead. Not ideal for young Lucas. Yeah, that break really comes down to it. You know, the elite players, there's such minuscule differences in the run-out potential. That break really becomes a major factor. Yeah, there's not a whole ton of cue ball maneuvering here. Really the opening shot, just getting down on that pink 4. But from there on, everything's pretty natural. Just going to follow the cue ball up. Hit that window between the 8 and the 9.
Yeah, probably a little bounce off the rail. Could end up a little flat on the 4, but we'll see. He's going to get nice here. He's going to get just below it.
And that was really ideal. Didn't want to end up straight. And he didn't want to leave too much of an angle. I think he's actually hit this perfectly. He's going to be a little uncomfortable with this 6 ball now, though, Jeremy. Looks like he's overhit that one just a touch.
It's going to be big time uncomfortable. It's not the type of shot, I mean, if you weren't on the rail, I mean, over the ball, you would go back and forth easily. Now you're looking to maybe just kind of ease it in. This is the difference on the 4.5-inch pocket. Now, the key to this is try to still get through the ball. Easy to poke at it when you're so jacked up. How clean did he hit it? Wow.
That was a great shot. Sullivan Clark looking very much in form. I'll tell you, this is really looking like young Lucas is going to have a tough time. His opening match, day 2. Lucas looked okay yesterday. I know he was breaking okay, but today things change. Sullivan just so sound with the fundamentals, Jeremy. Very clean cueing. Doesn't seem to be nervous in the least.
No, he's always pretty cool. I mean, he's always, you know, he's the type that's never going to just play that bad match, it seems like. Always going to play really steady. You know, to really win one of these tournaments out here, even if the conditions and things kind of set up for you, you still got to, you got to be a little more than efficient, Mike. You know what I mean? Efficient is great, don't get me wrong, and that's a real description, or part of a description of a professional player as being a very efficient player, but you got to have a little extra more than that also, I think, at times, to be able to come with some big shots and big moments.
Yeah, that's always the case. You know, sometimes there isn't just a simple solution and you really just have to come with the big shot. But the break definitely still remains a factor as Sullivan goes ahead 4-0. Lucas essentially giving the green light on both of those games. So giving up the break, an advantage to Sullivan Clark. And again, we are here at the In the Box Open 10K added WNT ranking event. We're here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. And I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. Joining me is Jeremy Jones. We have a winner's match. Looking for qualification. One more match to move forward to stage 2. And we've got Lucas Ficaso-Vera and Sullivan Clark. So far, Sullivan very, very strong and sound. Lucas not making the break work and essentially giving Sullivan those 2 games. Break and scratch, break dry, and Sullivan perfect run out.
Yeah, he hadn't really pocketed a ball besides the balls he made on the break after the scratch in the last, so. I don't know if the cue ball opened up or not.
I don't think it did.
Very close.
Yeah, very close indeed.
The left monitor makes me think maybe so. The overhead, maybe not.
Yeah, it's always tough to call, Jeremy.
He doesn't look too unhappy, though, Mike.
He looks like he's very into this shot here. Very deceiving.
Yeah, just one reel up, maybe. This is as good a layout as he's had also, just considering the starter. He's got to just get to the 3. The 5 is by the 6.
Looks like he's swerving the cue ball just a touch. He made it happen.
And he's going to fall behind this, but plenty of space between the 7-9 to come one rail over, and really can handle a lot on the purple 5.
I'm curious if he actually goes through this shot or if he goes around the bottom side of the 9, 2 rails back towards the center.
I think that one's fooling you a little bit. I think that's going nearer that scratch than you think. You can push through to the corner, but I think most would draw this. He drew underneath it. Wow.
I'll tell you, some of the shot selections from the players, I feel like it has a lot to do with the conditions, getting those extra rolls, a little bit of extra distance, kind of changing the approach to certain shots.
Well, I I talk about it all the time, like trusting the bed, because, you know, you're hitting the ball well, you create spin, right? So the ball's going to move nicely, and that means more. I mean, it meant a lot back in the day when we played on the older felt. I thought the same kind of technique and whatnot really kind of was the best, and I think it's really like that today, you know, with the felt being faster and, of course, the cues and everything else.
Yeah, it's interesting how the equipment kind of dictates how you can play and then also how you should play. And, of course, lots of technology involved these days, and, you know, with the introduction to the carbon fiber and, you know, these high-tech jump cues, really the players are just getting smarter and having more tools to work with.
Yeah, they've certainly learned more about it and way more science in the game, and just wait a little while. It's going to be a tremendous amount more, I think. Of course, that all takes dollars. That's where the sport's growing as well.
Tell you what, though, you know, you hand someone that's a novice player some of the high-tech cues that we have today, you know, they can actually feel a little more confident and comfortable and kind of excel a little faster, in my opinion. You know, these cue companies really doing a lot of the science, like you said, doing the research, R&D, and really just delivering to the pool community some of these great pieces of equipment and allowing them to kind of reach new heights in the game.
Well, I think it goes back to, you know, talk about with teaching and whatnot, that pool's the one sport that you can physically not handicap compared to what a pro player does. You know, I can't dunk a basketball, never could, but you know what I mean. Just you're limited. But I think the same thing goes with the equipment. You know, why wouldn't you have something that performs really well for Federgorst or you know, SVB or whoever it is, especially if it sets up kind of with your technique as well.
Yeah, and I think that's really great. The players have a lot of great options, you know, for equipment that really aligns with their style of play. And Sullivan Clark looks to go 5-0 ahead with this 9-ball. He doesn't get it to fall. Big miss there, Jeremy. 5-0 to 4-1. You got to like Lucas to make this open 9-ball.
Yeah, very much so, and also get to break the balls in the next. And first kind of shot he had to really make, had to take a little distance on the 9.
Yeah, and that just shows you, you know, things can swing, especially with that alternate break format. 4-1 now. I mean, Lucas will be breaking rack number 6. Still a lot of great matches going on, Jeremy. See Hunter Lombardo playing Jason Shaw still. And the match I was curious to watch this one. Moritz Neuhausen and Sergio Rivas. I'm sure that match is going on very well. I like Sergio's mental composure when he plays. And Moritz obviously very hot shooting, taking down the European Open just last week.
Yeah, Moritz a favorite, obviously, but not as much as some would think, and especially Sergio really gets up for those matches against the best players in the world. Got the 1 down. The 2 is going to get it's shootable.
And a little friendly bump there with the pink. So all balls available here. I mean, the comfortable shot, you play it to the corner. But is Lucas feeling confident because he's really only had 1 open shot to pocket a ball in this match so far. He's broken the balls twice. He's played a couple of ticky-tacky safeties. But
yeah, the 3 doesn't pass the 5, so naturally leveling out and rolling this in is not that much of an option. He's going to hit down on this a little. I think he's trying to get short side on the 3.
Very nicely struck ball there. Lucas using that talent in his back arm. Getting nice shape on the red 3 to the side pocket. I think that was really the only, you know, figuring out Lucas would have to do in this rack.
Oh, he hit that ball beautifully, the 2 ball. That would have gone on 4-inch pockets, no problem. Also, that'll, you know, you can't take it for granted, but if you go through your normal kind of deal, playing on that 4.5, you know, make sure you're committing and everything. You know, you can get a little more freed up in the mind, right, when you're shooting some of these tougher shots.
Yeah, and I think Lucas's momentum, you know, he's a rhythm style player again, quick connect style. So he just sees the picture, pushes the button, drives that cue stick right down that line. So I think him getting a little bit of momentum here, and you mentioned earlier the pace difference between Sullivan and Lucas. I think Lucas is thrilled to be able to get up there, shoot a couple of balls in. Yeah, very confident strokes from Lucas Ficaso-Vera.
Yeah, and from 5-0, it should have been, you would feel, quickly to 4-2.
That's just a matter of minutes there. But again, alternate break. Sullivan going to come to the break now. Curious how young Felix Vogel's doing with Thorsten Hallman. They've been battling there. Really like Felix's mental and his, just demeanor in the matches. You know, he always seems happy and just enjoying himself, but very, very talented and takes his job seriously. Just 18 years old, Jeremy. What a talent.
Yeah. These youngsters. So many of them. So many like 20, 21, 22, 23 that are just incredible players. It's more events ever than, never before now, I'd say. And just hope these events continue to grow for these guys. So they just keep that fire, trying to get better. You want them all to win, but that's impossible, huh, Mike?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of funny. You can get behind these players, and obviously, a lot of folks like to get behind the youth of the game, as they see that is the future. But there's so many options these days. You kind of want, like you said, all of them to get there. But in any case, the spectators and the pool community win, regardless of who's there. And you look at this break from Sullivan. Finds success, but no look at this blue 2 ball. And I believe he's looking for a jump cue here. Not sure what he went and did over there. I mean, Jeremy, do you think Sullivan is a jumper in this situation? I mean,
no, I think if the 2 is more available, yes, but I think he'll push out somewhere, I believe, anyways. Might push out, bump to 6 in the way of the 3, is it, on the left rail? Just kind of make things a little difficult to get on the 3 ball, maybe. Just lay the cue ball on the bottom rail here. Probably might get it back, but you have some options.
Looks like he is going to take your advice, Jeremy. Blocks the 3 ball with the green 6.
Yeah, like I said, probably gets this back.
I mean, Lucas can come off the left side of this too, try to get underneath the 9.
It's tough though, man. Dang, I'd rather my opponent shoot that. I would probably bank the 2 rails underneath the 9 and maybe let the cue ball go into the 7 or the 8, kind of a high ball, kind of make it hydraulic a little bit. But I think he gives it back.
I think he's kind of exploring all options right now. I'm curious. I mean, this is a similar shot that Lucas played earlier when he feathered the 6 ball.
Yeah, it is, but he didn't have the option to give it back earlier. He had to take that shot.
Yeah, fair assessment, Jeremy. He does give it back to Sullivan, so we're going to see what he was thinking, what he has in mind.
Yeah, that's the shot I saw. Just kind of put it down below the 9 as best you can. He got the jelly behind the 8. What a shot.
Unbelievable. Great stuff from Sullivan Clark. perfect result there. I'll tell you, Lucas was not expecting to come back to the table on the back of the 8-ball here. It's kind of curious if an opponent leaves you a shot like that and you're forced to shoot it, what you come with versus having the option to give it back. And perhaps Lucas, if he were forced to shoot there, might have come with something nice, but in this case, Sullivan, big advantage here.
Yeah, huge advantage, really. I mean, the stretch coming one rail to the top rail is very difficult. I like this if he can come 2 rails between the 4-5 for sure.
He's going to watch out how he hits that 2-ball off that second rail. Scratch could be there.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be that much speed on it to really scratch. Could scratch off the 6 maybe, but I think this should be on the light-ish side. Great hit. Very good. Oh, not this scratch. Oh, my. Oh, my.
And
Wow.
it hangs on. Karma. Perhaps the good fortune there. I mean, he hit it pretty well, but it looked almost 100% that cue ball was going to fall. I'll tell you, when we're looking at this, Jeremy, it looks like he can hit the 2-ball. Shot is there.
Oh, yeah.
It's just what do you do with it?
We might have to go for it somewhat. Maybe play to overcut it a little bit. It's always hard, but...
Yeah, I think you're right. You play it to overcut it, but uncomfortable sitting in the pocket there with the cue ball. Let's see what Sullivan's put together. And he undercuts the 2, but look at the speed here. He's going to get him not in the worst of positions, but I don't think he's in an attacking position by any means. Sullivan really not giving Lucas a ton of room to breathe in this match so far, Jeremy.
Yeah, he's definitely got some of this ball, but can he knock it around the table and pull the cue ball towards the 6? I think that's what he's trying to size up.
Yeah, I think it's far enough off the rail where he can do that. A really nice line here.
Got to hit it full with just the slightest cut. That way the cue ball doesn't get away. Oh, okay, he just decided to spin it. That was real smart. Good decision. Just to roll it with a hair of outside.
Tell you what, 2 shots ago, you would not expect to be seeing Sullivan in this position. Almost a role reversal. Sullivan came with a great safety, putting Lucas on the back of the 8-ball, but now it's Sullivan. It's tasked with making this nice hit. Tell you, the 8-ball's far off the rail here, so it's going to have to be very accurate. And he's just going to take a second as our neighboring table, Mr. Emil Gangflot, takes on his shot. So, I mean, is he going to go around the back side of the pink, go 2 rails at it?
I'll just go 1 rail across, right? Oh, 2 rails like that. Okay, that's all right. Feel good that the 7's not in the way there. I'm guessing the 7's not in the way.
I think he's hoping for the cue ball to kind of open up.
And it's got to really take a lot of spin off the second rail. Yeah, I was going to say the 1 rail across I may have gone more at.
I'll tell you what, great opportunity for Lucas here. He was trailing in this match the whole time and had a little flurry there with 2 games. Really big opportunity to change things, and with the 9-ball introduced to that bottom section of the table, Looks like Lucas does have an opportunity to win this game. I think you kind of have to shoot the combination here, Jeremy. I don't see him getting underneath it. I mean, he can float underneath it if he'd like, but I feel like the 3-9 is on for a player like Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind the combination, you can certainly get underneath the 3. You could play the 2 by the 4 and follow down. You can play the 2 where he's at now on the side and follow down.
And he's elected to play the combination here, so he likes it, and honestly, he felt perfect on it.
Yeah, he got great. Looks like a little bit of a cut, but not much. Reach it easily.
Little hesitation there, just double checking his lines.
Hit it much harder. Why did he draw it? He was trying to draw safe. I don't understand that. If it was it really tight or something?
No, I
thought he'd just cinch it in, right?
Yeah, it almost looked like he was trying to play the 9-ball off the rail, off the 6 there, and just kind of duck and cover there. But it looked clear as day. 9-ball could pass, and you know, with the cloth conditions, I feel like he could have played a little bit more to the rail side, just kind of let it slide in.
I agree.
Well, mental lapse there for Lucas, and missed opportunity. And that's not going to get there, Jeremy. Lucas can see the whole 3-ball here.
You can see the right part. You can't see all of it, but this is more touchy than you think it is. You'd think, oh, let me just clip it and roll back behind the pink, but when you're hitting it a little thinner and you need a little spin, you see now he's looking to come by the purple because he wants to push the 3 past the green 6, I think. And it's a little more friendly way to shoot it with a hair more speed. I'll tell you, I may consider shooting at that, to be honest with you. Yeah, see how it wasn't a hanger to get behind the pink. It really wasn't. I may have considered shooting at that up in the upper corner, just the way the table's playing as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, especially being down in the match, you missed the opportunity on the 3-9. I think he could have managed the cue ball well there, too. Just stay underneath.
Yeah, and he's already made one of those in this match on the 2-ball, if you remember, to get himself going. And this is a huge game for both players. I know it's still early, but for Sullivan to kind of shore things back up, get back on the positive side. He's had a couple little things get away. None more bigger than that 9-ball he missed to go at 5-0.
I'll tell you, that combination Lucas just missed, that could be the difference in this match as well. You know, very curious. You know, he kind of reset on that shot and then played a lot of speed. And I don't think that that was really necessary in that case. But then again, they're at the table, we're over here, Jeremy, so perhaps there was something we couldn't see. Sullivan very much in control of this rack at this point.
Yeah, just needs to pinch it back a little bit. Oh, he went ahead and stunned.
See him just going to slide to the left side of the 7. And a little straight here. Should just come around the 8-ball. Very nice. Yeah, Sullivan's going to go 5-2 here. That was a big missed opportunity there for Lucas. Playing that combination in that way. I mean, if he played to get on it, you have to say that he knew it could go.
Yeah, I mean, I just was shocked the way with so much speed. He's right on top of it. Evidently, he didn't like it that much if he was trying to get the cue ball safe, right? I mean,
nonetheless, 5-2 now for Sullivan Clark as we're racing to 9 here. And again, the winner of this match here advancing to stage 2. Sergio Rivas putting up a fight over here with Moritz.
well, very much so. I think he's leading the match, maybe it's tied, 3 apiece. Can't tell. 3-2 Sergio. Looks like Makinen, he may be ahead. Look if I can see the score here in a moment. I think it's 5-4. Makinen over Arseni at the moment. Maybe 5 apiece. A little ways away, can't quite see it.
Lucas finds the mark with the 1 ball into the side. That's always the goal. And I'll tell you what, this one looks pretty good. This opening shot going to be a little uncomfortable. He's got a stretch, and he's got the 7 kind of obstructing his bridge hand there. He's going to be reaching for the bridge.
Yeah, does he have to come between the 6-9 here? Just kind of, or is that the 6 and the pink? I mean,
yeah, the 6 and the pink there.
Yeah, he doesn't want to land on the rail. That's what he'd be upset about. It's going to get a little bounce. It's a little flat, but he does have options, I guess. Can he follow 2 cushions? That would be perfect inside the 9. He's a little flat on that. He may have to draw this back. Kind of where he set the chalk at near the side pocket.
Yeah, whenever Lucas slows down, you know he's kind of puzzled with something, usually wasting no time. I think he did pretty well, all things considered there, Jeremy.
Yeah, he's got another one that's a little touchy. He's a hair thin. 6, I don't know if it passes the 7. It may. That's a good thing for him. That may help him hold it for the 5 to get to the 6. Does he go into the 6-7 with like a high inside here? Hate to just dead roll this.
Yeah, I like your shot, Jeremy. Just play the pink and just high inside, just kind of bump into the 6-7 there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just curious what he's thinking, but there isn't a whole lot of options. He could dig on this, I guess, but that's hard also.
He's just going to come straight back up. Gotta look out for that 9 ball.
Yeah, now he's a little thin again, so he's got to make a decision. Do I go 4 rails around? I think the 6 does go by the 7 in the lower right. If he hits this a hair thick, the 9 could come into play off the 4th cushion, so. Uh-oh.
Wow, right into the point of the side pocket. Well, fortunate for Lucas, it does look like the green 6 passes the 7. You know, it's always curious when you put yourself out of position versus when your opponent leaves you the shot. In some cases, it's a positive mental, hey, I have a shot now, versus, hey, what did I do? And it's the same scenario.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll tell you what, that was a great recovery shot there from young Lucas.
Yeah, very good. Should handle these. Don't overlook it, but get to 5-3 here. And it will be Sullivan Clark to break in game number 9. He shot that with no problem, huh? Being elevated, top inside.
Yeah, I think Lucas is kind of getting anxious to put some points up there. Doesn't feel like the pace of the match is, really his personal preference. Boy, what a rack that was.
Yeah.
Back and forth. But again, Sullivan still maintaining the lead here. And again, if you are just joining us, we're at the In the Box Open. This is a WNT 10K added ranking event. We're here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. And I'm Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash, and joining me, Jeremy Jones. And we've got a pair of undefeated players here, Sullivan Clark and Lucas Ficaso-Vera, trying to make their way into the winner's qualification. And we get a 5-3 score line. Let's see how Sullivan's break looks here. A lot of these players put in a ton of time getting this one particular type of shot down. And Sullivan makes the 2-ball, but he's going to be hooked on the green 6. We saw that just a few racks ago. Sullivan making the 1 to the side. Can't see the 2.
Yeah, the 1's up a little bit. You think he may entertain the kick shot without the push out, but reason being the push out's always difficult, especially with other balls near, so may see him look to go for this.
It looks like he is entertaining the kick shot, but very touchy with this. The center of the table's wide open. He's going to have to find something to hide.
Yeah, he's going to get fortunate not to leave a pocket, I don't think anyways. The purple's in the way.
Yeah, I think that might have been somewhat of a conscious thought there, but had to be a little fortunate. The pace there. Lucas playing a little one pocket here. And he's going to find 6-ball blocking once more. Nice speed there from Lucas. Sullivan going to measure out his kick here. Usually what we've been seeing is players tend to play the ball and they're going long, considering the conditions here. Haven't really seen a lot of short one-rail kicks. And again, opens up, goes long.
Yeah.
See that a lot with this. With these conditions, Jeremy, I think that there's just a small adjustment to play that tip-top perfect pool. You know, I've seen Sean Wilkie and other players on this table playing the one-rail kick, and every time they miss, it's never coming short. They're always going long.
Yeah, and I mean, the table is grabbing a little bit with English. That maybe makes him think there's no adjustment needed, but tell you what, talking about an adjustment, there's been an adjustment in this match. It'll be 5-4. Lucas to break if he gets out here.
And that would definitely be a momentum swing. And Lucas definitely a bit anxious out there right now. He wants to put some points up, and he wants to do it right now. I don't think he's really maybe thinking of it, but we did mention the pace difference between these players, and I think that once Lucas has these open shots, he might be a little hasty getting on these shots, and you see right there, missed position on the 6th ball.
Yeah, and you saw him get up off the shot. Like maybe he changed his mind where he wanted to go the last second. Oh, there's a lot of space there to get position on the side or the corner.
I mean, there's a lot of table there that he could have come out good there. To get that close, no excuse, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's something you didn't expect. Cue ball on the rail.
That's going to be helpful, but I think running out the rack would have been a better plan there for Lucas. But you're right, Jeremy. Very uncomfortable here. Very tight on the rail. Might even be frozen.
Great shot there. Total control from the end rail. That was as good as you could hit it. Lucas got to make a decision. I think the 3 rails underneath it is kind of there. Soft kick, I like the soft kick a lot of times if you're really sharp on and know you're going to make a good hit. But the soft kick here, you could come underneath it and not get a rail and kind of open the balls. So, like, maybe might take my chances here. 3 rails underneath. Little speed. It's another one they got to judge a little bit, Mike.
Yeah, it looks like Lucas is going to go with the same call here. I'll be honest with you. He's playing the slow shot.
Yeah, and I just thought the slow shot was harder. I love it if you know you're going to hit the ball. You know what I mean? Like you're coming 1 rail underneath or even 2 rails, but the angle's real easy to kind of calculate and predict.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lucas felt that way getting down on the kick shot, but coming up just a bit shy. I mean, Sullivan should just play this 1 rail back out underneath here. I don't know if you're seeing something different. I mean, is he?
I think it's odd. I think that he's got to shoot maybe the 7-8 combo unless he wants to take a chance getting positioned some other kind of way. Now, is the kiss shot better? That's what I would look at, coming out and playing the kiss off the 7 to make the 8 in the side and have the 7 right there in the corner, you know?
You know what? I think you've solved it right there, Jeremy. That's the shot, in my opinion. Just float out.
Yeah, get out. You can get, you know, almost level with the 7 kind of drawn out. And I don't know if he sees it, actually. I think if he sees it, he'll shoot that. That way you're in control of the 7 a little more, I think.
I'll be honest, it looked like he was going to get right above the 7 just like this. I don't really know.
Combo. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, the 7 going into the 9.
Yeah, that's the curious part.
And the cue ball can't do a whole lot with it. Then you're hitting the 7 pretty head on.
You know, if he thinks the 7's going to go by the 9, he might hit this with pace, kind of hold the cue ball right there. Wow, that was nice control.
Yeah, perfectly planned and executed.
Another missed opportunity there for Lucas, getting right on top of the 6 ball. Very unexpected there, Jeremy. But Sullivan Clark ahead 6-3 now. Yeah, that was a really big swing. 5-4 to Lucas with the break. Definitely huge momentum shift there. Now we're looking at 6-3. Lucas still trying to climb in. Now Lucas kind of getting a hold of the break in this match, but still giving two of them straight back to Sullivan. We saw him break and scratch and break dry on two of his breaks, so we're going to try to hold on to this control that he's been given right here.
Yeah, and Sullivan's still making the one. He's just gotten snookered a couple times, so feel like maybe a must-win game, this one here for Mr. Lucas.
Yeah, I agree with that. Really got to make the break work for you. See if he can make it happen again. One ball comes short, but the two ball finds a home. And this is reminiscent of Sullivan's result in the previous game. Ball's wide open and full ball eclipse on the lowest number. I mean, what do you do here, Jeremy? This is kind of tough.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to push out and put him on the rail, maybe put him on the left side, I guess. Can't push out to a cut, that's for sure.
All right, so he's going to push out as suggested, but does Sullivan take this on is the question. I think he's looking like a kick shot here, Jeremy. Kick behind the three, try to get it underneath the 8-ball.
So you're thinking about the 9, that big side pocket there.
Look at this. What a call, Jeremy. And look at the result here. Full ball eclipse again.
Yeah.
That 6-ball is absolutely massive.
I guess it was the type of shot he didn't want to pass because the 9 could be made. You know what I mean? Even though he knows if he makes the 3, maybe he doesn't get much on the pink, but didn't want Lucas to get a quick win with the chance of maybe himself getting a quick win.
And that ball could have trickled down and gotten in a tough spot, so I can't argue with him taking that on.
Well, he really is all about the kicking safe here because he's electing to ignore the bottom rail and come 2 cushions on a type of kick he's missed already in this match. Boy, if he doesn't hit this one, this is something to reflect on. Yeah, beautiful hit. But you know what I mean? Because, I mean, it was a guaranteed hit coming to the bottom cushion, very much so.
I mean, I think in some cases, you know, a player might want to kind of challenge themselves and correct those mistakes that they make. They have another opportunity to shoot a similar shot, so they have the reference from the previous miss. And Lucas looking for coverage on the purple.
No, a great shot. Type of shot you learn a lot more about once you come out here with the great players, kind of protecting the object ball and the cue ball, making it a very effective safety. Now, this is the angle that a lot of guys on the 2-railer kind of tend to go long, like you were talking about. They come between the 4-8 instead of into the 4.
And he's looking at it from both sides here. Again, Sullivan trying to come with a kick shot. Found success on the last one, Jeremy. But again, you know, not really hitting that perfect shot just yet. Finds the mark again. But where's that cue ball? Right into the drink.
Wow.
Saw a similar shot from Lucas earlier. His cue ball hung up. But not this time for Sullivan Clark. It's an absolute must. Lucas needs to finish this run out here. And he's going to come above the purple here, Jeremy.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
And I hate to say it, but I got to go back to my previous comment. I feel like maybe it's not a conscious thought, but internally, I think Lucas is maybe struggling with the pace of play dictated by Sullivan.
Yeah, and just lost the focus there behind it.
Yeah, I think in situations like this, maybe Lucas just needs to come with a shot here. Just try to, use that talent he's got and shoot the ball in. It's not like it doesn't have a pocket to go in. Just shoot it. I mean, he's entertaining the idea of maybe just playing the 4, or I should say the 5, under the 9 maybe. But I like him just shooting here, Jeremy. Make the ball.
I totally like him shooting at it.
He's trying to think of some kind of defense or some kind of coverage here, but really like the shot. Well, he's played a good one there, Jeremy, but the hit is available.
Yeah, play the 5 underneath the 7-9 and let the cue ball come over near the side, I think. Not sure how many options he really has, but
now, is it possible he may play into that purple 5 rail first? Just square at it and send the cue ball back up?
maybe.
And if he hits it just right there, a lot of times, the 5 will come right back to the same or similar position there. Just got to avoid the 8 with the cue. And I think if that was the result, it would miss.
He's got to cut the 5 over, though, and come behind the 6. Try and use the 7-9 as well. Looks like it lays okay to do so.
You can see that cueing there. Left side of the cue ball.
Try to play the shot you were talking about, somewhat of it anyways. Wasn't totally sure what he was trying.
Yeah, I think that was just misjudged, and the result a little curious there, but
Mishit, I guess.
Yeah.
Also.
Sullivan a statue in the chair. Cue stick at the ready. I mean, it looks like Lucas is in the right shape here. Can't really comfortably go through it. It looks though he might brush the 7. Really tough to tell from here. Just wants to float this in. Wow. Now that's surprising, Jeremy. That was that opportunity. I mean, a little uncomfortable close to the rail, but I feel like you got to make that shot. Sullivan getting all of that. Went way up above that green 6. I'll tell you what, I think he's overrun it a little. I think it's still manageable, but
Yeah, he's definitely overrun it. 7 doesn't pass the 9. He's going to have to kind of create something here, I believe. Can he overcut this? Maybe get 2 rails towards the 7-9 and towards the 8. I don't know. Could come up and bank the 7 cross side. I don't know. I don't think there's 100% here on a way to get on the 7. Guaranteed. Right,
He's trying to go underneath it. What a shot.
Yeah, beautifully.
Very nice stuff there from Sullivan. And I want to encourage you folks watching, if you are somewhat local to Raxx, you can come watch these matches in person. And it's free to enter the establishment. Just come on down, grab a chair, and watch these great players. And remember, tournament play goes through today, concludes tomorrow with our final 16. So plenty of high-quality pool ahead.
Yeah, these two pretty routine, it looks like anyways. Fairly straight, though. And it's got to go a little bit. Just a hair missable, but he does break as well in the next game, and he's broke the balls really well. Played incredibly well to start this match, and then has had a few, kind of gifts from Lucas, I think, to keep this lead, and a big lead at now 7-3.
Yeah, that was a big swing there. Lucas missing the combination, getting really close on the 6 ball, and then we saw the dry break, and then the break and scratch. Those are 4 big games right there. And you look at the score line with a 4-game deficit for Lucas. Definitely looking for redemption now. With Sullivan going to have to break here, Jeremy. This is not looking good for Lucas at this point.
No, and there's some matches nearing the end here. Most of those Winterside matches still going, so at least the ones I can see. Petrie's on the hill against Arseni. Looks like Mr. Neuhausen is up 6-5. Sergio Rivas. Those are the 2 I can see from where I'm at. I hadn't seen Jason Shaw at the table a ton, but of course it's hard to watch all of them. I feel like Hunter may have the lead over there. Yeah, one of the new Finn guys goes down by one of the veteran Finn guys. Petri Makinen takes down Arseni Sebastianov. Looks like a score of 9-6.
I think Arseni's got a bright future. Explosive player, and I think once he hones in on a couple of those things, I think he'll be very dangerous.
Oh, yeah, super dangerous already, and just going to get better and better. Very young, 21 or something like that, maybe 22.
Yeah, like we were talking earlier, all these young players coming up, and just really delightful as a pool fan.
Gonna try and tie up the 6-7 here. Put him on the end rail. I don't think the 1 passes the 8, so he's got some cover there.
So he's going to tie up the 6-7. Luca's going to have to kind of figure this out now. He kind of just hangs it up on the 8 ball there, but he is going to leave the window, Jeremy. Clear path right between the 2 and the 9. Square at the 1. Possible combination. But Sullivan still needs to figure this.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to get at some of it.
about that? Came with the bank shot, and it does find the mark. He's going to figure out that 6-7. I mean, the purple 5 ball is available. It's in a decent spot to get to it. Don't come too far here at Jeremy.
I was just going to say he's going to get pretty good to try and figure out something to maybe open the 6-7 off the purple. Got a few ways you can do it too. You just can't be short of your mark, obviously, but you can go directly off the 5 through it into the 6-7. You can go the top cushion and then come up into the back side of the 7. Just needs maybe 6 inches here on the cue ball. Stunning, or does he have to push through? Perfect. Right.
He looks pretty good here. I think he wanted to go a hair lower on it. I think he can still get there, but anytime you're running into balls, you got to be very precise. What he doesn't want to happen is to hit the rail first, come across the face of the 6, and be facing it into the rail.
Yeah, he's hitting a full shot, though, so you got to put some speed on this. Get them open. Get double kisses when they're near the rail, all that. So, that's perfect.
Yeah. Couldn't ask for much more than that, Jeremy. Great result. Great shot. And Sullivan looking to get on the hill here. There's going to be one rail position here, float above the 8 ball. Nothing too taxing here at all, Jeremy. Simple stuff.
Yeah, good stuff as well.
Yeah, Sullivan's really just maintained the same play the whole match. And Luca's just missing some of those opportunities given to him. Had a chance to swing it right around 5-3, 5-4.
Yeah, he got on top of that 6 ball to go 5-4.
Just moving the rack out of there as he delivers the 9 ball to get to the hill. 8-3 ahead for Sullivan Clark when this 9 ball falls. So, I mean, Jeremy, you're Lucas in this position. You're down 8-3. What's going through your mind in this position, in this match?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know for Lucas exactly. Myself, the way things, I'm not too happy, of course, if I was Lucas, but at the same time, these guys just keep pushing forward because, you know, it's how comebacks happen, and, of course, trying to prepare for maybe another match on the one-loss side. So you got to get some positive things going, and if you can do it now's better than later.
Fair enough, Jeremy. All right, Lucas breaking. And this is rack number 12. He's down 8-3. 1 ball finds the mark. 2 ball going to sit okay. And this is a runnable table, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know if the 3 passes the 9 or not. I think it does. Lucas doesn't seem too concerned. He's a little behind this 2 ball, though, so he's got to pay attention, especially if the 3 doesn't pass. He's got to dig on this.
Yeah, really nice control there, using all of the pocket, but that's a conscious thought. He knows it's going to fall like that. And you see immediately the haste in Lucas's pace. Like I said, maybe it wasn't a conscious thought, but I feel like the pace dictated by Sullivan may have been a factor here for Lucas.
Yeah, and Sullivan getting the shots to start the match, so got to dictate a little of that pace and, again, gain a lead as well.
Yeah, the games that Lucas is shooting out, I mean, they're a minute and a half, 90 seconds, and the table's done. You know, some of those things can definitely bite you a little.
Kind of check this a little, maybe do something a little different. Go a long ways around. Oh, he's going to play short side. This could fall underneath a little bit. Just get a hair odd.
Yeah, it is a little odd. I like him to make the ball, but less than ideal.
Didn't slow roll it.
You got to shoot that one with some confidence. And he says, I'm still here. But, boy, am I in a bad spot. 8-4 down. Not where you want to be. Again, we are at the In the Box Open. It's a 10K added WNT ranking event. We're here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. And I'm Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. And joining me is Mr. Jeremy Jones, calling the shots here in this winner's qualification match. Neither player has a loss. And the loser of this match will go to the loser's qualification rounds.
Yeah, Sergio Rivas at the table. He's trailing 6-4, but looks like should get out to make it 6-5.
Looks like the loser of this match will play Hubert Lepodko. Well, that's where one of these two players ends up.
He's missed the one and hasn't made another. Dry break.
Well, normally this would be great news for Lucas, but stuck behind the 8-ball. Push out coming up. Looks like he wants to push out just to leave. Yeah, he's just going to leave the edge of the 1-ball. Tell you, did he leave enough? I mean, definitely uncomfortable with the cue ball is, but I think he's going to give it back, and he's going to give it back. So now Sullivan says, Lucas, show me what you were thinking. He wanted to brush that brown 7 just a hair and a stall right on top of it. I'll tell you, he's given Sullivan an opportunity to play a really tight safety here. I think he could have used a little bit more rotation on that to get tighter on the 6, but effective nonetheless.
Yeah, I think it was going to be hard to get all the way on the 6, but just with this lead, get the snooker. Don't let it leak.
Yeah, and he's done pretty well here.
Looks like Felix Vogel has beaten 2-time world champion Thorsten Hohmann. One German against another. Little different eras, but both still playing great pool. Of course, Felix just kind of starting his career and just finished second last week in Belgium at the last ranking event.
Pretty strong finish from that young man. And as we talk about that, looks like Lucas may have left what could have been his last stroke at the table Sullivan Clark 1-4 combination, 1-5 combination. I'm sorry.
He let it get away though. Surprised he played it so light with spin. I thought he would just chop it a little more and let the 3 hold the cue ball. That way the 1 stays. But Lucas will get back to the table.
Yeah, and what he'll receive at the table to be determined.
Yeah, I mean, he should be snookered. I may just play this past the 8-9, not worry about drawing behind the 3.
Yeah.
Just make him come with it, even though he's going to get a little piece of it.
I think he might have actually left him directly in the window here, Jeremy.
Yeah, they definitely can see it.
I think he can make this ball. I mean, very close to call, but I think there might be enough. But again, Lucas back against the wall here. We've got a nice vantage point here, Jeremy. It looks like he can make this. Might have to throw the ball just a touch.
Tough shot.
Tell you what, down 8-4, everything's tough.
A little bit of a jump, maybe?
I think he's just trying to spear it in here.
Oh, yeah, he was. It's going to open up. No excuses now.
Yeah, Sullivan very much in position. Getting the green light. 8-4 ahead. Everything in the open. Looking to send Lucas to his B-side qualification match. He would have to win 1 additional match to get to that final group. And the opponent waiting there, Hubert Lepodko.
Well, Sergio Rivas has tied it up at 6 apiece against Moritz Neuhausen.
Yeah, Sergio can do those things. I mean, he's got such a demeanor at the table. All business, very talented, of course, but what a match they're having.
This has got to go a little bit. This is not the most comfortable. You have to use the 8-ball here to hold the cue ball. Get near as much out of that as he wanted. Really, if he gets on the 3, everything's very routine.
Well, looks like Sullivan's got a plan here. Gonna hesitate again. Throw the extension on there.
That nice. He's going to catch the 8 a little thin, though. So, again, this is not over. 2 really good chances to get a clearance here on the what could be his final rack. The first one a little tricky with that combination, the way it laid near the pocket, but now he's kind of played himself pretty out of line on the pink. Could go for the cut.
Yeah, I think that having that 8-4 cushion, I think you kind of just shoot here. But the way he's queuing here, I think he's trying to put the cue behind the 8-9.
Yeah, he's not playing offensive, I don't think. It's going to be a little light. So, again, Lucas has a chance. A pretty good bank shot, I believe.
I'll tell you, Jeremy, I thought he was going to bank it up table and come into the 8-9, kind of into the catcher's mitt. Type of, line going into the 8-9. But now he's going to give Lucas an opportunity. Bank shot. Very nice there. Sullivan opens the door just a bit.
Yeah, 8-5. I mean, Lucas breaks in the next, so.
Yeah, Lucas would have to maintain playing perfect pool until he's going to have to hope for an error from Sullivan on the break. You see that. Lucas Ficaso-Vera pep in his step. And he's going to take this one. All right, 8-5. 8-5. And what's going on with our Rivas and Neuhausen match over there, Jeremy?
I think it's at 6 apiece, I think.
What a battle they're having. Again, if you are just joining us, we are at the In the Box Open. This is a 10K added WNT ranking event. We're here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. I'm Mike DeMarco with Ship to Cash. Joining me is Jeremy Jones. You're watching Lucas Ficaso-Vera and Sullivan Clark. They are battling for their spot in the winner's qualification. Loser of this match has to play one additional round to get into that final 16. All right, let's see if Lucas has gotten this break dialed in so far.
Yeah, he hadn't broke terribly by any means. Had one bad kiss on the cue ball in his second turn, breaking the balls. Made the one for the most part. Has had a dry break, though. One down. Cue ball's a bottom end, along with the 2-ball. You can tell, though, he's not getting that connection, not getting the spreads the other guys are. Really kind of almost a little on the too soft side, in my opinion, also.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Jeremy. It didn't look like he really got into that rack like he wanted to. I'll tell you. I mean, kind of still a match here, 8-5, but again, Lucas has to basically play perfect and hope that Sullivan makes an error. You know, you don't really want to your tournament life rest on your opponent, but Lucas comes with a nice opening bank shot there.
Can he go into the 5-7 here and open those while gaining position on the pink?
I think that's what he's looking at there. I think he wants to brush into the 7. Got to be careful if you're hitting it soft, though. Got to be very precise. Lucas likes the shot. Man, he's going to get a little funny here, Jeremy.
Yeah, on top of the pink a bit.
I think he's maybe entertaining banking the pink up table and going behind the purple.
Can he cut the pink by the purple? Does it go?
Oh, it goes.
Well, then he's shooting that, I think.
Yes. Oh.
I just got to pay attention here. Going forward, easy to underhit this ball a little bit. And stretched, of course. Coming backwards, just got to worry about the 9 maybe.
Yeah, personally, I like him drawing this, just using that stroke. He could even go all the way back to the top rail and back out again if he wanted to. Lucas putting the extension on. He wants to make sure he's got all the comfort he can.
Got to get into this a bit on the fast felt. Very easily.
Yeah, he's hit that really well. I mean, we've seen Sullivan, you know, he's playing really solid the whole match. I mean, maybe a couple of unfortunate things in the center of the match, but Luca's going to end up perfect on the 9 here.
And Sullivan only gets 2 more breaks. You know, he wants to end it soon. This is creeping up 8-6 now.
And Sullivan's going to take a quick minute. And as Sullivan takes that quick minute, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more In the Box Open here at Raxx, West Hempstead, New York. Be right back with the conclusion of Sullivan Clark and Lucas Ficaso-Vera.
We're back.
Everything that's happened over the last year is going to come to an end. Some team of amateur pool players are about to win $100,000. That's pretty special.
8 runners southbound are your national champions. Sullivan Clark going to be breaking on the hill here, 8-6 ahead. And Lucas has gotten back into this match a bit. But again, a few missed opportunities there. 4 games that I can recall, the break and scratch, the break dry. And of course, missed combination. And also getting really tight on the 6 ball during an open run out. Oh, big errors right there. But nonetheless, Sullivan Clark in control here on the hill. Again, 8-6 ahead. And
Looks like he's ready to close this out, Jeremy.
And just solid there. The two's going to come across with the cue ball coming across, excuse me, with the two somewhat near. So he's going to have a safety option probably behind the three, but there's other avenues he can take.
Yeah, and Sullivan knows, you know, Lucas is a little bit more comfortable, a little more confident later in this match, so he needs to be precise.
Yeah, and there's some matches that have ended in this round, but many still going, so. Getting down pretty quickly, probably going behind the three. No, I'll take that behind the 8-9. He's got two big balls to get behind. You never know with the jump cues with these guys, but you figure he's just going to try and kick this in cross side. Why not?
Yeah, Luke's going to do a bit of measuring for us. But you're right with the jump cue. A lot of times, you know, they just break out that jump cue up and over. Perfect hits. A lot of talent with those new pieces of technology. We were talking earlier about the science portion of the game really getting us into the new era of these advanced pool players.
He played it with speed, kind of crossed it over. And get the cue ball on the back rail, but with the three open, it's really about making this two ball. He's going to go into the 8-9, but you're going to take your chances there, I think. May go right between them. I don't know.
Yeah, fair call.
He's missed it. Not left anything easy over this pink, I think it is, in the lower right corner. So, ooh, a nasty safety as well. Nothing easy at all. Could have run off the left side maybe. Overcut the two to the right rail, run between the 6-7 with the cue ball and back down. I mean, not a whole lot of options. Hate to just kind of bun it here. As far as the safety side of things, I don't think he's going to shoot at the pocket.
I mean, he's entertaining it here. He's entertaining shooting at this. But you're right, I don't think he wants to. I think he might just put it behind the 7. Bank it over.
Yeah, you're hoping the speed's right, but he's left it off angle on the bank, though. I tell you, the bank's not easy. Definitely playable, I think, the bank. Do you have to cross it over lightly?
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's right on that kind of uncomfortable spot where not sure if you want to shorten it up or come across it and let it open into it, but Sullivan's made a decision.
Yeah, he's not really queuing down on it that much, so is he playing safe here? Maybe. He went for the crossover.
I think he might have been playing the 9 there.
Yeah, he's giving up a lot. We could easily have a hill match if he can get out here and Lucas breaks the balls in the next.
Fair enough. I mean, we saw Lucas play the combination with the 9 ball in this bottom corner earlier, hitting it kind of hard. Kind of curious why he played it that way, but he's going to get a chance to find some redemption on this combination here. 3-6, a lot more comfortable than that previous one.
Yeah, I think it may be 7-7 now with Sergio Rivas and Moritz Neuhausen.
You know, Lucas makes it 8-7, coming with the break. How amazing would that be to have a break and run here from Lucas, and we end up hill 8 apiece. So looking like we're going to have the pick of the litter for the losers qualification matches, and let's see if we can get something nice for you folks to watch. All right, here we go. Lucas Ficaso-Vera to the break. See what he can come with here.
I was going to say maybe a little 9-ball action. He's got a shot on the 2, another 3-9 to the same combo to tie this match. Wow.
Tell you what, Jeremy, this has everything that you need for that double hill match thriller after a massive deficit from Lucas. Basically the whole match, and just kind of the later stages, he's kind of just tearing back into it. I don't really like that shot Sullivan played with the 2-ball. It seemed like kind of a flyer. He sent the cue ball flying towards the 9.
Yeah.
Maybe just a bit anxious to close out the match, but he's let Lucas back into this.
I like Lucas looking here. Just don't think it's easy. You don't want to accidentally get over the 4-ball or behind the 4. So just pay attention. You can cut the 3 or play a kiss shot. Yeah, he came in tight to make sure, staying away from the pink.
Yeah, this would tie us up 88. And there it is. Well then, Sullivan Clark, all signs point to your break now, sir, as the result will dictate winner's qualification. Mieszko Fortunski, Naoki Oi, Petri Makinen, Jason Shaw, Felix Vogel. The winner of this match, Simon Corral, and the winner from Moritz and Sergio, who are still battling. Those are your undefeated players as of now. Somebody from this particular rack right now will move forward. Well, Jeremy, what a match we've had here. All the trials and tribulations to end up on even keel, double hill, 8-8.
Yeah, not his best break off either. The one would end up way short.
Kind of looked like he got mucked up a little bit.
Yeah, just everything about it was not that appealing.
I'll be honest with you. Doesn't look like Lucas. Can he make this?
Maybe he's thinking he can make this and go
Yeah.
into the pink to get position on the blue.
Yeah, it looks like he can make this, Jeremy. There's a ball available. Can Lucas Ficaso-Vera swoop in at the last moment?
Yeah, he went into the pink how he wanted to get on the blue, and now, really, if he gains position on this ball here, the 3 properly, because the 5's pretty open, so he doesn't have to get great on the pink 4, just this first one. Well, he's going to love that.
You know, I get to see Lucas compete quite often. You know, he does come from this northeast area, my home area. And, you know, it's always that move where Lucas kind of has that pep in his step when he feels like he's in that good spot to win the match, or, you know, he just feels like he's playing well.
I thought he could draw the ball better with the low right there to get away from the 6 and the 9, but I guess not.
Well, I mean, If you ask me, I feel like the whole match is on this shot right here, Jeremy.
Yeah, a little missable now with the queuing.
And he's made it.
Confident stroke.
Very nice.
Six goes in the side, maybe. It goes in the corner. Both corners, I think. Yeah, he could just hold. So from nowhere, 8-3, I believe it was. And definitely some opportunities. 2 in one game, and then a few others that we feel like, weren't exactly throw-ins, but definitely could get control of the game, maybe. This one's going to hurt a little bit. Sullivan, if he does lose this, going to have to regroup quickly, as he will play in losers qualification in the next round. I think that's the last round of the night. Is that what we were just told?
Yeah, I believe it might be. Thought we were going to have 2 there, but I think that might actually be the last round of the night. Pretty square on the 7 here, Jeremy. I don't see anything holding him back.
Yeah, he can stop the ball, really. I mean, the 9's available on the side or really any of the corners. He decided to come back a little bit, so he's going to pull up for the corner pocket. Well, he's going to feel good about this. Big comeback.
Massive comeback indeed. Going to take a second here. And he's done it, Jeremy. Unbelievable result there. Lucas Ficaso-Vera over Sullivan Clark. And we are going to get another match for you guys. We're going to talk with Tournament Direction. Be back with another one momentarily. Jeremy, thank you very much for joining me. We'll be back in just a short time. Don't go too far.
We're back.
Everything that's happened over the last year is going to come to an end. Some team of amateur pool players are about to win $100,000. That's pretty special.
Eight Brothers Southbound are your national champions.
Yeah, I mean that does play too into your psyche. You know, if you're coming off a loss, you're going to have a different mindset than if you're coming off a good win for that next round. But I don't think Moritz is going to let it bother him. He's that much of a professional. You got to brush the losses off as if they never happened. And these top guys are really good at doing that.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. And, you know, Sergio Rivas, you know, he's earned his way onto the scene, and, you know, he's definitely a quality player. But Moritz definitely thinking he should be through that match with Sergio, but doesn't get the job done. And I'll tell you, when we look at the score line there, you know, very tight match the whole way through. But, I mean, 9-7 for Sergio. Didn't even get to the hill. So that's got to sting. And I know Moritz is going to be determined, but maybe something in the back of his mind might question certain situations.
Yeah, he's going to definitely keep that in the back of his mind. He's going to remember what he did wrong and the result it led to, and he's going to change his thought pattern. You know, which means different shot selections too sometimes. But again, this is one of the things that these pros do so well over the amateurs. No matter what the conditions or the situation, they adjust. It's like getting out of line. They're right back in line within 1 or 2 shots. The amateur might not ever get back in line because that's how difficult the game is. But these guys, that's part of the game. They accept it, and they're good at it. And that's what makes them these top pros.
Yeah, Dominic came with a really nice shot there. He ended up a little straight, cheated the pocket just a hair, and dragged it right over the 9. He's going to be stretched out a bit, so he's going to get his extension, but nothing stopping him here. Going to be 3-2 with Moritz to the break. Yeah, really nice run out there. Dominic, and I'll be honest, he was breaking really well, shooting really well, and just a couple of, you know, trivial things throughout their match led to a 9-6 loss for Dominic, falling to Jason Shaw. Jason Shaw still undefeated, moving forward, along with Petri Mäkinen in his bracket.
That ought to be a good match.
Well, they're not going to be playing each other. They're just moving forward. And Simon Corral also making it through. And you've got Naokioi, Mieszko Fortunski also making it through.
Oh, that's going to be the single stage knockout.
Yep, they're all there. And these players here are playing for a right to get in with that final 16. So, you know, the loser of this match is out. This is an elimination round. So tournament life on the line. Moritz missing the 1 to the side. 2-ball finds a home. And look at this result.
Yeah.
Again, it's so odd how some of these top players just have these great results on the break shot over and over again.
Yep.
And sometimes it's a different result, but mostly positive.
Now he's going to have to draw this over to play the 4 in the same pocket. The 1 goes in. And if he can put this down, I think the rest of the table is pretty much laid out.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be concerned with the 6-ball just a bit.
That might be the only shot. If he can't get the cue on the 6 to put it in the corner because of the 9's in the way, that might be an issue. But I believe, again, because of where the 5 is, I don't think he'll have a problem getting under it or to the short rail and get on that 6.
You might see Moritz dig a bit here and really just go right through this ball, drag it over. Yeah, what a nice stroke there from Moritz.
You just don't want to get on the rail. There you go. And he's got a bit of an angle. He can come down towards that side pocket or draw it a little bit and come towards the middle of the table. Depends on what his angle is. He might go forward. He might draw it. Yeah, he's going to draw it. He doesn't want to get straight on this.
Yeah, Moritz looking a little disappointed here. I think he wanted a bit more angle to get on this green 6 And
just looking at his expression.
all right, I think he's managed that okay. Now, Moritz, again, you can see it in the look on his face, Mike. He's really determined because this is his tournament life. He did not come here to just finish. He came here to win the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I'm seeing he did have enough room. It looked to me like it was a little bit close there, you know.
Yeah, I think he just maybe put a hair of throw on there, just kind of canceled each other out and stuck to the 9-ball, but he's going to have the whole cue ball to use. So as odd as it looks there, this is very comfortable for Moritz.
Yeah, he should easily get out from here. And then he'll take a 2-game advantage. He'll be up 4-2.
See Moritz indicating where he'd like to arrive for the 9-ball. Just south of center table. And this will put him up 4-2. And there you have it. And if you are just joining us, this is the In the Box Open. This is a 10K added WNT ranking event. We're here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. And we're making our way to the final 16 players. I'm Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash, and joining me is Mike Badstubner. Mike, you've been around New York your whole life. And, you know, we were talking yesterday about some of the events. What do you think about the WNT tour stops coming through New York now?
Again, I think it's fabulous. I mean, I wish they would have more of them because you get to see these high-level players. And if you want, you can compete with them, too. That's one thing I like about pool is that an amateur can compete with a professional just to get in the box and see how you do. Compare yourself. But I love the fact that they're coming around. Like I said, I wish there was more of them. I wish they were once every month.
Yeah, it really is a treat getting to see players like this up close and personal. Got to avoid the scratch here, and he does. But yeah, lots of world-class play going on here on Long Island, and I do think that, you know, players traveling the world, you know, they like coming to New York. There's actually a pretty strong local scene, Mike. I mean, you probably know a lot of these names a little more than I do, but a lot of the professionals do reside in New York. So, you know, this is a melting pot of strong pool.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you got players like Thorsten Hallman residing locally, amongst, sure, a laundry list of others.
Yeah, and besides the guys that just live here locally, you got guys like Moritz, who's always in town. Seems like he comes to New York or America for big events, and he stays in New York, and he shoots at a Raxx here. So there's a lot of guys that do that also, that are just local to the area, even though they're not locals. They're here all the time.
I'll tell you, I definitely have a soft spot for New York myself. And anytime I get that opportunity, I'm like, hey, I don't have anything to do today. Take a trip down to NYC, play some pool, see the boys at the pool room. Really nice scene over here. As Dominic addresses these final 6 balls. Got to make one good shot here. I think the rest is kind of cut and dry. Can't even call this a tester for a player like Dominic, but really the only one you got to manipulate a bit. Right down the center of the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, if he just stays in control, it's not what I'm going to call a Cosmo, but he can just get a good angle on the 6 to get on the 7, it's over. And from where he's at, he can roll forward, he can draw back. Plenty of options.
Yeah, and sometimes these players, just because of their talent, they can get themselves a little out of line and kind of shoot out of trouble.
Yeah, usually within like one or two shots, if they're out of line, they're right back in line. And they're in total control of the table again, and then their opponent's usually going to watch them rack.
Dominic looking like he's going to cut the 7 in. Just kind of float over near that right side pocket towards the 8.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a little bit of spin on it. Perfect.
Yeah, really nice speed. You'll see a lot of these top players try to play the most natural lines to the balls. Try to just connect the dots and, again, try not to force anything. Really just delivering just what's necessary, no more, no less.
Right. Yeah, he's got a target area already picked out as to where he wants to land that cue ball. And when he shoots the 8 right here, it's just, you know, it's to connect the dots. Kind of overran that one a little bit.
Yeah, I think he always knew that he was going to get close to that bottom rail. It's kind of like an instinct, I think, Mike. A lot of players, when they're getting to a ball that's low on the table there, that instinct stroke just kind of puts them right into that zone. I think he's going to be just fine here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a... I don't think the side pocket really comes into play. He's not going to hit it that hard. There you go.
All right, Dominic brings himself to 3, and within 1 of our current match leader, Mr. Moritz Neuhausen. And I want to make sure that we thank all of the sponsors that make events like this possible and give them their flowers. And I'll tell you, there's still quite a few matches going on right now, but we are getting down our final few. And again, we're going to conclude tomorrow with our final 16 in the box open.
I believe that's going to be race to 11.
I believe you're right, sir.
And that's it. That's a single elimination stage from there on out. I kind of like that. You earn your way into the final bracket. Oh, Moritz was unlucky there, scratching the side.
Yeah, that was not what Moritz really was looking for there. And this is exactly the turnaround point in a match where, you know, Moritz doesn't hold his serve. Dominic's got a nice wide open table here. Only 6 balls to shoot, starting with the ball in hand position, and he'd follow up with the break. That's how momentum changes, and that's how matches are won and lost.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's that quick. You know, Moritz really didn't do anything wrong. If he was kissed in, it's unfortunate. But from there, yeah, Dominic can run this out, break, and run another one, and then he'll be up 5-4. That's how quick it turns.
And again, you know, that break, whether it's winner break, alternate break, the break shot, such a, you know, primary piece of a complete player's game. And, you know, most of these players, they practice the break hours on end. And if they're not doing that, you know, they're putting themselves at a disadvantage. You know, you look at players like Jane Van Boning have mentioned, you know, some of their, you know, training routines and 6 hours on the break and this, that, and the other. I mean, that's what it takes. So if you're putting in less than that, don't expect anything more as far as results are concerned.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. But Dominic looks like he tried to go under the 2 rails, and he actually hit it. So now he's in a bit of a pickle right here. You know, if he cuts it up the rail, he's got to watch out for speed control. He's got to watch out for hitting the 7, coming across the table. Got to watch out if he spins it a little bit to stay above the 7, that side pocket starts to look pretty big.
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking at right now, Mike. Trying to just get between the 7 and the side pocket right to that right long rail.
Yep. I think if he makes it, he'll definitely be on the 7. He's got to be careful because that side pocket's right there.
Well, the way Dominic's been playing, Mike, I really like him to make it. You know, alternatively, he can choose to stay under the 7 if he wants to hit it in that way. Spin back underneath it, try to play it to the same pocket. But he's got a high cue ball here, so he is going to come across.
He hit that one perfectly, just enough English to get above that 7. I don't know if you saw it arc a little bit once he made contact with it, but it cleared the 7. He's in good position now. Now he's feeling a lot more comfortable because he got himself into a problem, and then one shot later, he worked it out. He's right back in line.
Yeah, look at this. Great recovery there. See one of our other players competing. Mr. Nathan Childress popping on the screen for us. And he's fighting for a spot in that final 16.
He's been playing good all week.
Oh, yeah.
Nathan, Friday and Saturday, he's been playing really good.
Yeah, Nathan is a great player. We saw him. He actually split the final of the warm-up tournament Friday night. That was nice. He's playing Moritz Ivanovic. And tell you what, Dominic just tied us up 4 games apiece. And he's got the break here. I'll tell you, this is going to be a dogfight, Mike. These guys are going to stay really close. Break and scratch from Moritz. Next thing you know, he might be down a game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we almost had a 3-0 lead by Moritz in the beginning. It was real close for that to happen, and now all of a sudden, with Dominic breaking, Moritz could be down 5-4. But yeah, that's how tight it is. And like I said in the beginning, I think it could go hill-hill very easily.
Looks like Dominic is set to roll here. We'll see if he can come with that consistent break that he's been delivering here, since the start of the event, really. And looking for that one ball to the side pocket. Possibly the wing ball as well.
Almost kicked the 9 in.
Tell you what, that was very close, Mike. But 9 ball doesn't fall. So open table here.
No, he did make a ball, I think.
Yeah, he did make a ball. But he didn't win the game. 9 ball, very close. But, even if you're finding success on the break, Mike, you got to make sure that it's a repeatable type of success. A lot of times in an event, you see a ball just get kicked in the top corner or something random going in, and maybe the player outruns it, but you have to make sure that it's a repeatable type of shot that you're performing on the break, the same type of ball going in the same pocket, something that you can continue to do. As they say, consistency eliminates the competition, so need to have that on the break shot, and that's for sure.
Yeah, that's key. The break, and these guys do that so well because, like you said, they practice it. Shane spends 6 to 8 hours a day just breaking. It's insane that the level of dedication that these guys come with. But if you want to compete, you better be doing the same thing.
All right, Moritz looks like he can get to the 1 ball here. Not sure how much of it he can hit. Got to be careful with the 9 ball so close. If he tries to feather this. Oh, he was actually trying to go at it. And he's going to get some good fortune there. And brushing up against that brown 7 ball. It looks like he does have him hooked. But Dominic, I'm sure, going to be very quick to grab that jump cue. Mike, you got to like a player like Dominic to make this jump shot.
Oh, yeah. I think this is a 8 out of 10, make for these guys.
I might even give him 11 out of 10 for this one. These guys are so powerful and, with a lot of runway and that 1 ball just sitting in the open pocket. Really got to like him to make this ball.
Yep.
Now, position's going to be tough. There's not a ton of the pocket that he can cheat to go 1 rail back up towards the 2, but just pocketing the ball is step 1. And you move from that position. look at this. He hit it absolutely perfect. Look at this shot.
Yeah.
Dominic Jastrab. Perfect shot. Great jump there. And Moritz not going to be thrilled about that one. And I mean, time's kind of running out here. You know, they're essentially playing a race to 5 and 9 ball from here for your tournament life. Got to move forward.
Right. And with Dominic having the break, race to 5. Usually at this level, it's a coin flip.
Yeah, this is actually such a giant rack here. You know, Moritz having the lead coming with the break versus Dominic having the lead and Moritz having to defend to try to tie it up. Now he's chasing. I mean, if they alternate break and run out from here, you know, Dominic's going to be the guy. He's got the advantage. So this is really a pivotal rack. And Dominic, of course, addressing this 2-ball. You know, it looked like he was going to slow down as it arrived on the 2. It did roll a little bit far.
He might be cutting it and trying to go into the pink, which he did. Pushed around some balls. He might be a little hampered. He might only have half the 3.
Yeah, I mean, he might actually have enough of the 3 to hit it solid full ball. But what do you do with it?
Right.
I mean, if he was off the rail, you might like Moritz to play the 9 ball, maybe hide the cue ball behind the 8, but right up against that cushion, this is uncomfortable, Mike.
Yeah, I know. Well, he does have a bank on the side for the 3, but the cue ball, I think, because of where he is going to be going up table towards that corner pocket. I mean, that would be an aggressive play. If, like what you said, he's got a full ball, he might be able to bank it 2 or 3 rails and try and get him behind the 7 with proper speed and try and maybe push the cue ball up towards that side pocket. But again, that's risky. You got to try and control both balls, you know, and at worst, you're going to leave him a shot. Or I should say, at best, you're going to leave him a shot, but it's a difficult shot. You can keep that cue ball on the rail. But yeah, this is definitely going to be a hard shot. I want to see what he does from here.
Dominic definitely giving respect to this rack, and again, very pivotal point in the match. Trying to maintain his advantage with the break. And, you know, missing the shot there. He hit it with a lot of pace, but it finds a home uptown. So,
yeah,
Dominic with a bit of good fortune, and all Moritz can do is sit and wait. Hope for that error. I'll tell you what, hard pressed to find an error from these players. Really quite consistent, both Dominic and Moritz.
Now that one scratch on the break that Moritz had could end up costing him, especially with that lucky roll on the 3. Dominic has a good chance. It looks like the 8 goes by the 9.
I mean, you can almost essentially keep score by how many errors or how many good rolls a player gets throughout the match. You break and scratch, count one for the other guy. Make a nice shot, great run out, put one on your side. Your opponent gets lucky, put one on their side.
That's accurate for sure. He got a little close to his work here.
Yeah, I mean, if the 8 ball does pass, he can play this one and actually draw it 2 rails, send the cue ball towards the 8. I think he might do that. Medium stroke here.
Yeah.
Just like that. Nicely executed. Didn't want to pass the line of the 8, though. I mean, he's going to be just fine. It was a simpler final 2 shots. He can stay above the 9 ball here.
And just like that, we have a new leader.
And there it is. Dominic Jastrab goes up 5-4. And if you are just joining us, this is the In the Box Open. It's a 10K added WNT ranking event. And we're here at Raxx in West Hempstead, New York. I am Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash, and I'm joined by Mr. Mike Badstubner. And we've got a losers qualification match. Dominic Jastrab and Moritz Neuhausen. And we got a 5-4 scoreline. These guys are battling here for their tournament life. And I'll tell you what, got a nice show right here. Mike, I mean, what do you think? I mean, this is essentially just going to be a dogfight right to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, I think Moritz has to get that scratch out of his head, and that it cost him 2 racks. Now, I don't think he's going to stew over it that long. He probably forgot about it already. But he's just got to put down a good break like he did, and hopefully he gets a look at the 2, which I don't think he has.
No, he's overrun that. Perhaps a rail first shot here that would offer position to the 3. A little tricky with that purple and the green, but definitely a makeable shot.
Yeah, I like the 1 rail first.
You see him indicating where he thinks his cue line would be.
Yep.
You know, a lot of times, though, these shots are deceiving, and it looks like the player is hooked, and they shoot it right in the pocket. I think he might actually be doing that here. I think he's got the whole ball here, Mike.
He did. Wow, that angle was deceiving. It looked like he was hooked a little bit.
Look at that. He navigates perfectly through the traffic, and he's going to arrive pretty nice here. I think he might just stop the ball or just slight movement towards that pink. But
yeah, I like that. From here, he's going to be jacked up a little bit because the 5's in the way. So, and if you're jacked up over a ball, you really don't want to try and follow it. You run the risk of massaying the cue ball. Same thing, I guess, with a draw stroke, but that would be the simplest shot, would just be to play like a stop shot right here. He's got the proper angle on the 5 to come down, or on the 4 to come down for the 5. And if you can stay in line, everything else is kind of wide open.
And he's made it very nice. Yeah, that was kind of the big tester, and now the final test. Get on the purple 5 ball, and can you conclude this rack? Sure enough, he can.
Yeah, it looks like he's got enough angle. He can just roll this in and stay under the 6. I don't think the 9 gets in the way at all here.
Yeah, I agree with that, Mike. Moritz just going to take his sweet time and just kind of get himself into rhythm.
And now with this alternate break format, if he gets out here and ties it up, puts down a good break. Actually, I think Dominic breaks next. Moritz did break this one.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest that before you know it, we can have a 6-5 switch. But at least Moritz is going to tie it up right here.
Yeah, you like Moritz to get out here and tie us up, but again, going through the final stages of this match, I see nothing but a dogfight happening. You know, you're kind of hoping that your opponent makes an error, and that's not always the greatest position to be in.
Yeah, I agree with that, because most times they're not going to make the error.
Yeah, you never want to put yourself in a position where you're hoping for someone to give you an opportunity or hoping for an error. You know, you really just want to be in the driver's seat the whole match, every time. As Moritz deposits the 9 ball, ties us up. 55 on the scoreboard. All tied up. This is the In the Box Open. Really want to thank all of the sponsors that made this event possible. Really appreciate it, and I'm sure the players do as well. And don't forget, if you are local, come to Raxx, R-A-X-X, 510 Hempstead Turnpike, West Hempstead, New York. Really easy stuff. Come on down, visit, hang out, play some pool, eat something. Whatever you want to do, come on down. We're here. All right, here we go. This is rack number 11. And Moritz just tying us up there. See Dominic frozen on that line. Look at that. Great delivery of that break swing. Two ball does get hung up, though. Doesn't have an open pocket. So that's going to be a huge factor again. Jacked up over the 9. Doesn't really have an open pocket anywhere. I mean, Mike, if you're in this position, what are you going to shoot here?
I'm just looking. I mean, he might have the cross bank. He might be able to play the 2 off the purple on the side.
Yeah, I mean, I was exploring those too, Mike, but I mean, he's jacked up on this 9 ball. You know your bridge hand's going to be real uncomfortable.
Yeah, the fact that he's stuck over the 9 changes everything. He might be able to play it rail first, kiss off the bottom side of the 2 and come down with the cue ball and push the 2 up table.
Yeah, that's a shot I like as well. And he chooses a similar version, just going with the ball contact first, but does get some kind of success here. I think we might be seeing a kick and stick. It looks like there might be an avenue between the red and the green. And if he can get between the 6 and the 3, he can play the kick and stick and actually get, good positioning here. And it looks like he might have that. If he doesn't, he's just going to brush the edge of the 2. I'm surprised he hit it so heavy-handed, but perhaps he had to do that to get the cue ball to move that way.
Yes, I think that's what he wanted to do, to get the cue behind the 8. He was fortunate that the 2 came down also behind the 8, but he wanted to get the 8 in play. That's why he hit it that hard. And that full of a hit also. He wanted to make sure the cue ball came down here to the end rail.
Tell you what, Dominic, just a sliver of the 2 ball here.
That might be enough. He might be able to play it in the side.
Oh, yeah, the shot's definitely on for the side pocket. But the difficulty level here, just got to hit that contact point. It's almost all that's available. He's just not even getting involved. Not even getting involved. And look at this speed control.
Yeah, the end result right there. He was fortunate to come back here behind the group.
Dominic Jastrab. I'm impressed, Mike. This kid's good.
He's really good, yeah. I'm impressed with half the guys that showed up that I haven't seen before. And the age of some of them. These guys are young. They're going to be around 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I was talking with Jeremy earlier about that. And it's just really nice to see all these countries, seeding the world with these unbelievable talents. And, I think we have a fair amount of those up-and-comers here in the room with us. And when I say up-and-comer, that doesn't mean a player that's coming into, the professional scene and all that. They are true blue professional players. They're just super young.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of countries outside of America put more of an emphasis on pool as a legitimate sport. And they get help, from programs and governments. And it means a lot more, I think, to the Europeans and the other countries than America does.
Yeah, I can say the same. And maybe some good fortune, not so much. I mean, I want to say he left him in an awkward spot, but being able to see the ball, he's just going to cut it there, but he's looking at the scratch line. That's the big deal here. That's what he's kind of racking his brain with here. I mean, he can try to play safe behind the 3.
Yeah, like you said, that scratch line, that tangent line. Actually, he can cut it in the side. I don't think the scratch is on in the upper corner, but he's going to have to move the cue ball 2 or 3 rails to get back on the 3. But like you said, he could bank the 2, come one rail with the cue ball, and try and get him stuck up on the 3 ball.
Yeah, anytime you're going to hit a ball with pace like this, trouble can arise, but he's got some kind of decision he's made. So he's just balancing the cue and the object ball, put it right in the line, great speed control. We're going to call that a containing safe. You see the cue line Moritz is looking for.
Yeah, he's going to play 2 rails, kick at the 2. He's got a chance of making it in the corner pocket he's standing at. But getting a safety, I think, is going to be like he's going to have to rely on how he hits the 2 ball. Because the cue ball, I think, is going to come down table, but he's not going to hit it that hard.
Yeah, I think he really just wants to hit into it where the cue ball and the 2 balls separate and possibly find coverage. There's always a chance that he can make it, but that's not necessarily the only result that can happen here. That's positive. Yeah, I mean, he hit that so well and just not really a great result. And that one's going to sting a little too. You see Moritz returning back to his seat.
Yeah, he's hoping that's not going to leave too much of a mark. Because Dominic has got a shot now on the 2. I think he can control the cue enough to stay on the 3 really good. And the rest of the table is kind of open. The problem's going to be from the 6 to the 7, if there's going to be a problem.
I'll tell you, a big problem right now is that whoever wins this rack becomes a very big favorite here. And Dominic in a decent spot to do that. Just trying to figure out how he wants to go about it.
He might be trying to kill it and play the 3 in the side. He can go forward 2 rails and play the 3 in the corner.
Might just come around the backside, maybe.
Yep.
Very nice shot there. Dominic Jastrab, what a shooter. What a player. Show event deflect again. Let more. I'll reason. You got to go with your gut. Opponent to come to the.
Now,
I mean,
good feet. Plays a like how we did. But he go up to, and I think that's one. Ship the, but the absolute